Puppet chat. Close it, puppet. Puppet. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit. Just how this chat goes. It is. I'm still waiting for this storm to come in with Google. No. Although that's weird. I said the magical word and it offered things at the bottom like record a TikTok.
Okay, Google.
No, mine shows like blue text at the bottom sometimes.
Oh, what can I do? Or
yeah,
try.
Yeah, but it was still. You can do what?
Record a TikTok.
I guess. I mean, I wouldn't consider it too terribly much different. But it'll just open it to your FYP to immediately start playing something. That's a bit sus. Not much, actually. I'm just dealing with some lighting issues as a storm comes rolling in. Aaron his stuff's being cooked in the air fryer. I think I turned it back down to 5 minutes. So it should, but again, even if it cooks 6, it'll be fine. I cooked mine for 8 and they're fine. I do not want to begin the campaign. But that's what we're getting, like snackies before an effective dinner. I'm not sure exactly what is for dinner. Could be burritos, could be Mexican, which would be Taco Mundo. Could be pizza from New York Pizza because we haven't had them in a while and maybe they've changed something in like 2-3 years. When we had it, we're like, let's try some pizza joints when we moved here. And we realized that New York pizza is a little bit. It was actually worse than Domino's.
Domino's has been pretty consistently good here.
Yeah.
Here.
But the thing is we're also not good in we don't have a lot of good comparison to like Mod Pizza. We can go to Mod. We just got to go to the Piccadilly Square in the stupid tea drinker village.
I mean, my parents want me to go there anyway for Stonehenge.
Wow, Stonehenge. Stonehenge. Why?
Because it's Stonehenge.
Might as well just go kiss the Blarney Stone. At least we'll stay in the EU.
I wonder if they've done anything about the Blarney Stone for COVID.
You mean like wash it?
Or, prevent people from kissing it.
But they can wash it afterwards.
Yes. Yes, they can.
Munich Cowboys just started a live video on their Instagram. I wonder if it's their youth team or not. They're really.
Ding. Come on, ding.
Maybe I didn't set it for 5 minutes.
Well, no, it's on the 0.
Oh, yeah. So, Gabriel and Jeremiah are both here. Yeah. I posted it, and then I was like, I hope people... So, it kind of... The video, I still haven't watched the full thing. It's just awkward to me. But, like I said, in the video that went live today, I shared it, or I kind of said that I watched a little bit of it, but you're just like, spot the neurotypical. And it's great how we put things together and spliced up all the various questions and stuff. Yeah, I was on the tram home and was scrolling through Instagram because I was looking at someone's TikTok and then I had to mute it because I was going on to transit, and then I was checking out what their Instagram was to see like where they came from, and then I hit back, but I was in Instagram, not TikTok, so it went back to my main page and showed your page, and I was like, oh wow, he does post stuff. Not much AT. Oh. These are physically hot still. I mean, that's why you have when you're supposed to put it for 5 minutes in the air fryer, you put it in for 8. Oops.
Amazingly, though, they didn't explode.
I think because we had enough oil in it, or something, or I didn't put it up to the full temperature.
Was.
It's at its max temperature. That's why. Okay, what are the Cowboys doing? Oh, they're doing a post-game interview. Oh, there's Justin Solitaire. He's their quarterback this year? I just don't keep up much. Ugh. So, Gabriel, you gonna get up into football soon? When I saw that you posted a picture, I was like, ooh, does he have any football pictures? And you're tagged in nothing. So what's going on with that? Or is Brazil having a terrifying outbreak right now and they've locked everyone away in their homes? I know Australia is having a terrifying time right now with its stuff. I practice with the linemen because it seems a little bit silly, but I pretty much play middle linebacker. But I kind of function like a 5th D lineman. So it's linebackers overall are generally hybrid players. Just sort of, I mean, yeah. You can kind of say that every player is kind of a hybrid player except the quarterback, but but yeah, but linebackers are very specifically hybrid players. So am I kind of like D-line? Well, I got to practice getting off blocks and, you know, like pulling guards sometimes go straight through the hole and go straight for the Mike linebacker. So I got to deal with an offensive lineman running at however fast he can run towards me. So I got to figure out how to get off blocks like I would if I were defensive line. But I also have to be able to go back into coverage, but not too deep a coverage like a corner would. So I'm not, it's like, but that's why we have like Will and Sam linebackers, because they have much more coverage areas than I would in the middle.
Thank you, Arthur.
Wow! Sometimes these people just have the wildest of screams at the skate park. The one that gets me is when I hear a loud thud and then the screech. of like the sneakers. They are just deep fried. Did you need a, oh, that's the fan, not the air fryer on the stove, because I was trying to clear out the. These are chili cheese nuggets. Made them in our air fryer to get a little bit of snack. Like I said, before dinner. I don't know what we're eating for dinner though. And I'm basically building up, I'm watching ads on a game called Terra Genesis to build up a bonus for my income. It's an hour per. What time is it? Is 6:10 in the evening? Oh, here comes the rain. I can hear it. Oh, big drops. But the 9-year-olds on skateboards give no fucks. Oh, they're still rolling in. They're not that immortal from the rain. They're just Dutch. Did I watch the Steelers and Cowboys Hall of Fame game? When did that air? No. That's the obvious question when I don't even know if it aired. Steelers Hall, not jail. Fame game. One day ago, YouTube. Full game. I did not watch it. I didn't even get a notification from my NFL International app that it was on. So that was weird. Yeah, but that's the thing is most NFL games are going to air at USA viable times. In order to watch, like when it comes down to the early NFL game on Sundays, I'm watching it at 7 o'clock at night in the bar. And for most of the season, it's like dark. So, yeah. So like that would be the East Coast game that starts at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. If it's a West Coast game, it's starting at 10 o'clock in the morning. So basically the first game of the day for most everyone else. So if a game is airing at like 3 or 4 in the afternoon, for most people in the States, I am dead ass asleep. I barely watch the Super Bowl as is because it usually comes on at 1 or 2 in the morning here. Like I could, if it started at 10 and went until like 1, you know, I could probably do that. But waiting for 1:30 plus all that terabyte fucking anthem crap. You're like, just start the game. I don't need this pre-show stuff. And the Super Bowl turns on, and then like an hour later, after the United States, you've got, okay, fine, an actual football game is starting. And we're all sitting here at like 2 in the morning, mostly drunk. And then, like, yeah. When I went to a Super Bowl party, it was out so late, even the transit in Amsterdam wasn't running. So I just walked all the way across town, all the way home. It was like -5 out. No, how did the, I mean, how was the game? I mean, I could watch YouTube highlights, but those are going to be weird. Yeah, the NFL channel on YouTube put it out for highlights, and it's a 9-minute video. The Pittsburgh Steelers channel put it out, and they did the top plays, and that's a 5-minute video. That's fun. But yeah, it's kind of hard to watch a lot of games here And unless I get a notification, I don't sometimes check. I'm going to keep the sound on it muted so that I don't get a copyright strike or anything. Of course, this is technically a preseason game, so they got a lot of their rookies out there. Oh, that was great. Fumble. Who is number 2 for them, for the Steelers? Jesus, is that their new quarterback? Well, sometimes I swear that it's like defensive backs don't ever really go through a solid tackle practice. Leave that to the box players. Skill players are going to come by and be like, I'm going to do everything to throw my tiny little body at you. And they're like, bam! Did you just bounce off the tight end? Yeah. You need to wrap up. Oh, my hands. And then when you finally do actually have a corner or a safety that can actually tackle and hit, people are like, he's amazing. I'm like, they should all be doing this. Dip drill. Trains are done. Number 41 hesitated a little bit. Ugh. I'm not going to say I'm perfect at Mike linebacker, but so I usually don't trash on like other positions about their little technique. But like watching Tom Daly complain about, dressage. I'm like, come on, bro, what are you doing? You're a diver. I mean, you can complain about their song choice, but we're already up into the second quarter and it's only 3-0. What the heck? Pause. Who's the Steelers roster? Maybe they're dumping rookie quarterback. Sort by number 2. Mason Rudolph, of course. Oh, God, it's Mason. Oh, Mason. You put emojis around NFL and minor league soccer? Okay. Unless that's Minneapolis. NFL in Minneapolis? No, that's MLM, is a multi-marketing level. What?
Multi-level.
Multi-level marketing. Missed a couple plays there. I mean, there's Major League Soccer, but that's like such a Portland thing these days. How is the rain coming down right now? Highlights are great, but I like watching actual games. Maybe I'll try to see if I can watch it tomorrow on my app or whatnot. I do not want to subscribe to the notification Steelers.com. I actually hit that once on the Panthers thing, and they're like, "You're out of area to get the notifications." I was like, "Oh shit! I live in the Netherlands." Of course, then there's homeboy over here thinking he's going to have the soccer football debate. We don't do that here. So finally, after Google telling me it's going to be raining at 3. No, expect rain at 4. No, expect rain at 5. No, expect rain at 6. At 6:20, it like really starts actually raining. This is why we follow Ballenrader, not Google. Google is not a weather service. What you doing?
Playing a solo idle game.
Hold on. Is that someone moving something, or are we having thunder? Someone moving something. Okay. They must be restocking Albert Heijn. Must have ran out of the garlic-infused shrimp. Such a fancy pants Albert Heijn down there. Over here popping my neck and having magical moments on a live stream.
Hmm.
Got that Sia song stuck in my head. It's better than other things from TikTok, though. There are a great number of things from TikTok that get stuck in your head that are terrifying. Not that Unstoppable song by, is that? It's got to be by Sia. It's got that same like weird techno background. Yes, Unstoppable by Sia. It has that Sia sound to it. That's similar to like her chandeliers on that fucking cat. That cat was holding on for dear damn life. Oh, cats are dumb. Like, why was it even holding on to that chandelier? I mean, have you ever seen cats do it? Why? The thing is I've never seen a cat do that because our first cats was, hello, Jackson. Watched your video for 4 years now. Wow. You must have found the second season after the football video. We're like, oh my God, a real football player who vlogs. But Snowflake was a completely outside cat. And the only other inside cat we had, we took his claws off. I don't think he was going to be grabbing any chandeliers with those wrists of steel, though. We didn't really have any chandeliers.
Yeah. But yeah, I've seen cats launch themselves at various things because they want to be high. They want to be high up and they don't understand.
So do Americans when they come to Amsterdam. Or the Germans. That's so weird. Walking down the street and I'm like, the lovely smell of tourists, and you see like a pack of Germans that just stoplights for eyes, and they're like about ready to walk into a canal because they have no idea what direction the train is.
Yeah.
Bro.
I can't
Bro.
reach. You're too high.
Bro. Was? Bro. Was. Bro, 9. Like it's like you guys have a normal, like speedy language to begin with, but when they are partaking in the Amsterdam Pride, well, not that pride, but it's not even really Amsterdam Pride. It's just, anyways, they can't handle it. What's up, Jaquan? But yeah, I had to warn all the folks on the video. I was like, you're gonna have to deal with it. This was a Dutch news company that's making an article for the Dutch. I'm thankful that their actual site can be read in like 7 languages. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Was like, what? You can translate their news site to Russian?
Yeah, it's not built in. It's auto translate, but
oh, I know it still uses. Yeah, it gives you also a warning that this is utilized by an algorithm.
Yeah, and it's pretty decent.
So yeah, like. Was it only? Oh, there it is. Nederlands, Deutsche, English, Espanol, Francias, Polski, Turk, and Arabic. I mean, yeah, it uses auto translate, but it's functionally in their site in case your browser doesn't have it.
Firefox doesn't.
Oh. Okay. Demon seagulls. I can't even like with that. I went through puberty. I can't brack like them. What?
Okay, I'm going to translate this back. Translate. Enjoy Burritos Anonymous? You might also like Local Food Dealer Inc.
But that's the thing. That's an actual company. They make Mexican food.
Mm-hmm.
They're in Dappermarkt. So apparently tomorrow's video is going to be what is in my bag. That's what the title of it is, even though most of my gear is not ever in my bag, but it's what I'll be wearing to games. So I've been actually getting a lot of questions from someone. Brain is having a fart attack right now. They're all listed. comments I have responded to. Hazantaki's boy, he was asking about like my girdle and my mouth guard and all that jazz. And I'm just like, I'm just going to go over it all. I'm going to put it all in one video. Put the right stuff on there and just be like, tag it up with like football gear and stuff. I don't need to do a suit up because I already did that back in May. But now that I have, I think, a different. Wow. Are you high?
Who? What?
Zachary. He immediately came in and I had to authorize his post by saying, "What's up, bitches?" Or "Hey, bitches, what's up?" Like, it so sucks the fact that people are coming around again with the whole like Pluto thing. Why isn't Pluto a planet? It is. It is. I'll follow you back on Instagram. I need a name. I've had a lot of people follow me recently, but they're usually trying to sell me sports gear from Pakistan. So our first game is the 26th of September. So that is a Sunday. So the Monday, the 27th, that video will be live. That day will be a game day vlog. Yeah. Unless I die. Over some hurricanes. So yeah, Jackson, like, what is your Instagram name? I mean, you could just send me like a DM. It'll go into my authorized chat, but I'll still. Oh, okay. I literally just saw that. I'm like, well, this says Rylan. That says Jackson. Huh? There it is. I see it. View profile. Follow back. There it is. Yeah, I was confused because of the name difference on there. To be fair, I also have the same thing. It says Dashric, but you know, the name's Theo. But at least with my Instagram, it's still labeled Dashric. Branding. I don't think for this season, because we're coming up on it so fast and I don't need one right away. But when helmets get old, like I'm kind of noticing it's starting to get some wear on it. So, because like it's hard. So we're doing Burritos Anonymous, considering you were looking at it.
They don't have much selection, and I do really want the rib chuck, and they're out of it right now.
Okay. Anyways, so with fuck you guys up there, so you hold yourself out of there. All right. So the padding inside this helmet is getting a little. Like, this is fine, but some of these are a little. Yeah. So it's not that it's a bad helmet, and I'll probably, you know, sell it to someone that's sticking with the team that maybe wants a new helmet, because this is a good helmet still, and it's got about 5 years left on it before it technically doesn't work anymore. But, you know, could be pretty good. But then I'll be putting polls up and asking questions about what people think for their helmets, which one to get. But the temptation to buy a new one is very there, so I'm like, maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't. Need to be fiscally responsible. Amsterdam Kruislaan. It's a Zenith Epic. It's that one I was just holding on to. I'll talk about it tomorrow on my video. I'm going to go over all my gear that I will be wearing for this season, unless some of it breaks, but that's by the nature of the sport. I'm going to hope the shoulder pads don't break. They're nice new shoulder pads, but where the chin strap attach. Okay. Okay. This is a weird one. Zenith helmets are a little strange. So I'll show you two. So part of the issue with this Zenith is strange. So I have upper straps, which connect in to this bolt here. So that's that. Then these ones that dangle come around and pop in there. The issue with Zenith helmets that you're not going to see with other helmets is this part loops through and then goes up in the backside and pulls the neck thing in. So if people have a Zenith helmet, you'll sometimes see them do this. Because they're pulling this thing in underneath the back of their head. So they're cinching it up, and then that plugs in there. Zenith helmets are a bit weird. At least this one. I've seen some other ones that do roughly the same thing. But most helmets are like this one. This is a Riddell Speed, and they just attach here. This is not a designed helmet to be, I mean, it can be worn, but it's not one. So this is way longer. This one is way longer. These would be shortened a little bit so that this chin cup comes in right there. You can see how much give there is on both of these. Might be just putting it on my chin. So you would have to shorten these. But that's how it attaches to the little, what are those things called? It's the underside of a, like, to me, it's a snap, but.
It's a snap.
Oh, okay. You know, it snaps on at those parts. Some helmets do have one that's further back and one that's closer up, but that just sort of depends on how you kind of want the chin strap angled. Getting your helmet sized and getting the chin strap to fit is a very long process, but hopefully you only have to do it once. Shut A1 Youth A11. Let me see that one right now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's, I can get one from bowl.com. Nice. So yeah, Shut Vengeance A11. That's a pretty normal helmet. And yeah, it's got an upper strap and a further back strap, but then it's got that closer one if you really need it. But usually you want to strap it in at the back so you get the chin cup that holds your, because the chin cup is supposed to pull in. Let me see if I get this correct on the screen. I was looking at it. So your chin cup wants to pull your head back in against this direction. This is the line for that's what you want to have your chin strap pull in. You don't want to have it pull back. You don't want to have it pull up. You want to have it pull in so it can pull your head into the helmet. That's the general idea behind it. So attaching your helmet here kind of can pull your chin down a little bit. It's a minute process where you have to like adjust little things, and these are super annoying because you have to pull one side out, push the other one in, pull one out, push the other one in, and then sometimes this thing's all the way down here to get the snap to work, but then you got this thing flopping around. Then it's like, well, if I need to loosen it, do I clip them all the way off? Do I clip them really close, or do I just leave them hanging around like I got these little antennae? Yeah. Starting football in 2 days. It would be Monday. Yeah. I know, like, that's why I've been making some TikToks, and while I'll probably put out a video about all my gear for stuff, because I know that people are starting their football seasons like soon. Hello, typical gamer. Hi, I'm new. I guess. I feel like I'm getting into that age or that superstition that I can feel when a storm is coming because the finger I snapped into starts aching a little bit. This one, like, sometimes I'll get that feeling of like, why do you feel swollen? I didn't do anything with you today. Like, it just does. And then we're like, oh, it's like, but then again, there's also, like, where we live, there's a lot of those Queen's lace or that other plant.
Yeah.
And those make me feel weird. I would think everyone in this chat is a really good football player.
Reasonable.
Yeah. Isn't it an actual thing because of barometric pressure? There's some, probably. I don't know. Like, I don't actually think so. That's people having joint pain because of
joint pain. Yeah, I mean, it's common
because of weather.
Fairly accurate from weather.
I've had people say when they have like metal or something, but I still don't. I can't. I can scientifically think about it, and rationalize that it works. But then again, I can do that with a lot of things that are not accurate. Like, I even rationalized how the zodiac can technically work. Technically, but it doesn't persist over time very well.
Yeah, no. But I think it does have to do with barometric pressure and just the way.
But that's the one thing that's about the barometric pressure and stuff is that when the actual barometric pressure drops, but a storm isn't coming in, people don't notice anything. Only when there's a storm coming in. And I'm like, I think you're noticing your pain a little bit more, and you're noticing the weather is changing. So you blame it on that. So I hope to see some highlights or anything from all y'all folk. That was super southern.
Yeah, it was. Taco.
Sure. That is thunder.
Yes.
Hey, Google, are you going to give me a lightning strike alert? Or have I not opened up a weather bug in a while? Because, well, holy shit, that's a lot of lightning. I mean, it's not a thing, but it's not a little amount.
Yeah. Street tacos, burrito.
Street tacos, burrito, and a cheese quesadilla, because I just love me my pineapple and cheese. Yeah, the lightning strike that it says happened right on the corner of Flavoland. It's seriously.
No, I just can't take it seriously.
Why can't you take Flavoland seriously?
Disneyland.
Whatever.
And the fact that you call it the corner of Flavoland.
It is still the corner of it.
I know.
It's just a dike, though. Oh, that's on the way. 10 millimeters per hour. You could just go to a centimeter in an hour at that point.
Plastic.
Spicy habanero. I know that I've always said you shouldn't take medical advice.
But yeah, the whole thing with like Pluto. Look, we're 2 viewers. Zachary's probably here, so we'll go back to the planetary talk. The thing is people are probably dealing with old books that call Pluto a planet, and then they find out that from their teachers or other places that Pluto isn't a planet, and they're like, well, because it's not qualified as an unmodified planet, I guess. Call it that one. It's not a plain planet. It's a specialized planet. But the moon's wobble is the problem that many science uneducated do when they think of the moon. They think the moon is going to be doing that for like a day, and it's going to cause our tides to... That's what they think. Because when they think of a wobble, they think of that. Not the wobble that takes place over 12,000 years, because people do not think about geologic or universal time. They think in human times, and it's not a bad thing. They just think that everything happens in the order of like minutes or hours rather than 10,000 years.
That will give you such a crick in the neck.
Yeah. But yeah, the moon wobble is a real thing, but it's just an oscillation in the lunar orbit is all it is. The moon, it's not wobbling. Its orbit is kind of wobbling, but it just does that. I mean, it's not even going to really peak until 2030. So people thinking the moon wobble is going to be happening like in September is like, stop. It's probably not going to have any decent effects until probably 2025. Inflammatory headlines. Huh? Apparently, I've been out of the United States too long. How do you write inflammatory headlines about the moon?
Moon caught spying on celebrity.
Like, did we finally catch a picture of its backside and people are like, ooh, moon butt? What? It's a moon booty.
8 o'clock.
Yeah. Yeah, I asked some people for like some advice about how to give like a primer for Amsterdam that's like, hey, these are the things they don't tell you about that are actually interesting in the guides. I mean, to be fair, it's tourist season now, and like the tourist flyers are lying around everywhere because tourists are like, I need 6 of them for my party of 3. And then they leave 12 lying around somehow. Stuff that says the wobble in the moon's orbit, that isn't good. Okay, so they're not necessarily inflammatory, they're sensationalized by the undereducated, which is a really weird term I'm saying about the United States right now, because there's a great number of people that are like educated, but they're undereducated in places they think they are overeducated. But yeah, it's a regular oscillation in the lunar orbit. What researchers have dubbed a moon wobble will temporarily suppress flooding from rising sea levels this decade, only to worsen across, oh, this is also from the Bay Area in the mid-2030s. So yeah, like, it's gonna go away, but we've known about it for just a long ass time. It's literally part of its orbit. Yeah. Like I was arguing with, I'm not sure. I think one of them was Austrian, but I think the other person may have been Dutch or British. But it's like, I have to keep checking sometimes when I make comparisons if they make sense to Aaron. And he's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. And it brought it up in today's vlog that the United States is less united than the European Union. And it's based on what I would call directionality. And to put this in a more recent term, gravity versus dark matter. There is an incredible cultural difference amongst the European countries that in order to function correctly as a cohesive unit, they need to figure out their similarities. The United States is homogenous along its way. So they do things to spread themselves out and make themselves different. So after a fashion, you will get much more in common between Belgium and France, despite Wallonia, than you would say between North and South Carolina. But then there's the Europeans that think, oh, well, you can't really compare the size of Noord and Zuid Holland because they're like, combined, they're about the size of a medium state. No, they're not. Like, I took the size of the Randstad, which is a little smaller, but it mostly encompasses North and South Holland. So I kind of picked that one up. It also pulls in Utrecht a little bit. But anyways, it's the major populated center of the Netherlands. And it's 11,000 square kilometers, which puts it just above Maryland, ranked 42. It's not a mid-sized U.S. state.
Oh, I went nuts on graphs and charts.
You kept peeking over. So I was like, he wants to say something.
Yeah, I built out charts of like quartiles, first, second, third, fourth quartile of states by size. And I always forget how big Alaska is.
Yeah, that is part of the issue.
Alaska is 8 times the median size.
Yeah. You've never seen Alaska laid over the actual
United States? No, I have. It's just, I always forget. Texas too, but to a much smaller extent.
Well, Texas is within the contiguous 48. You can actually see it next to the other ones. You can't really see Alaska. Plus, the fucking maps always mess up Alaska. But even so, from on its eastern side with Canada, that straight line you could put at the tippy, at the Minnesota does that. You could put it there. It'll go down to like Arkansas, and then it'll do its little tippy thing over and run into Florida. And then you got the whole rest of it that takes up the Rockies and the thing. And then like any little bit of the Aleutian Islands, which is still relatively populated, goes out beyond California.
Yeah.
But it finally, I was like, finally the guy that I kind of was having an argument with was saying, oh, well, I guess I don't actually understand how big the United States actually is. It must be pretty hard to keep a population. Or no. I've had a lot of notifications. I may not be able to find it. Speaking of Alaska, are you familiar with the Good Friday earthquake? No. I'm going to absolutely tell you that considering where I live right now, I hear near infinitely more about the Good Friday Agreement than I do any earthquake.
Yeah.
Oh, here's what his reply says. Well, that could. So when I restated that the USA is still less united than the EU and its countries, well, that could be true. There might also be a maximum size for truly united and well-functioning countries. Yes! Thank you. That's what I was saying. That's also like he kind of stated in that conversation. That's what I said. The United States is too big to be what it wants. The only thing you can really do at that size when you have that much population spread over a giant area is a dictatorship. And you need to use the military to clamp down. Second largest earthquake ever. It was a 9.2. Cool. Cool. I mean, 9.2s are great. I'm waiting for whatever pops out of this, the Juan de Fuca subduction zone. Yeah, I swiped Good Friday in Google and I was like, Good Friday Agreement, Good Friday Agreement, Netherlands, Good Friday Agreement, or Good Friday Netherlands 2021, Good Friday Netherlands 2020, Good Friday Traditions Netherlands, Good Friday 2019. And I'm like, Netherlands. It doesn't talk about earthquakes here, so I would have to open up my earthquake app, but I also Googled it. It's in 1964. But whatever, it's an earthquake. It's an earthquake in Alaska. Like, come on. That's like every fucking day. And I wouldn't necessarily say that it is the second largest versus even the largest earthquake ever. I understand that you're ever in times human recordable events. But I'm taking a wild guess that we had a lot bigger earthquakes than 9.2 when the moon when the fucking planet ran into us and made the moon. It's just that we don't actually know. Yeah, the largest one was 9.5, the Valdivia earthquake. That's from the USGS.gov. That was in Biobío, Chile. I love the USGS because they'll give you a shake map too. And that was in 1960, the Great Chilean Earthquake of Valdivia. Well, hello there, Graham Kaufman. Kaufmann, sorry. Let's go German with that one. Kaufmann. You're tapping your knee.
Yeah, sorry.
I can see your finger right here.
Yeah, okay.
I've really gone hot and heavy into geology nerdism lately. Okay. Are the hard hits in your league? Are the hits hard? Yeah. I mean, yeah. Usually comes out of the middle area. Our defensive backs usually don't do that sort of hard hitting. Okay, Denny does. Mess does too, but he's also like 5'3". But yeah, of course there are hard hits. How do you break a collarbone with shoulder pads on? I tried to play offense at one point, but I couldn't catch the ball. I probably could on this team. Probably pop in at like fullback or something, just to give some of our skinny little squirrely running backs a bit of time or get open in the hole or something. Yeah, fullback and Mike linebacker, I mean, to an extent, are almost the complementary positions. If your team runs a fullback, not all teams do. They're much more receiver heavy. And to be fair, a fullback can be a receiver, but always seems like their job is to be reactive to like Mike linebacker blitzes and a line of defense for the running backs. If you watch some of my older videos, if Willie and I played offense, he would be the running back and I would be the fullback. And then we would probably, playbook is very run oriented. Yeah. We're starting to work more run oriented because before the health crap hit the fan, we were having some really terrible weather, just regular February weather for the Netherlands. And we were having way too windy. Like 2 games I know that weekend were canceled because there was so much rain and wind that like branches had come down on their field. And the association was like, yeah, no, you guys can't use your field this weekend. Or the city council was like, not a good idea. But ours was good because we were playing on a turf field, but it was in Rotterdam. So that's really closer to the sea. So there was just a lot of wind that day. Wish I got into football sooner. I ended up joining in high school and I played wide receiver. I'm surprisingly good at the position. I wish I got into it sooner also, but life happens as it's intended to. There's a lot of ways to rationalize past decisions for the present. Starting in 8th grade. Yeah, that's a good time to start. A lot of people say that you probably start at like 6th or 7th grade because then you get to learn more of the game than you do like, hey, I'm trying to figure out how I'm supposed to do and for a linebacker, like which hole am I supposed to go into? And suddenly someone comes by and knocks you over and you're like, you're spending too much time thinking because you don't really understand the sport. So when you're younger and everyone's trying to figure it out, then that's good. But I started in semi-pro, so like everyone had already had at least 4 years of playing it. Mm-hmm. Your mom is scared you're going to take off your helmet and throw it at your coach. Throw it at I mean, the last person I knew that was that temperamental was named Kyle. And I swear, like, lived off Monster energy drinks. Live in Canada and there's no real men's leagues or semi-pro leagues near me. I've heard that complaint a lot about some of the outer areas of Canada. I'm not really sure on the people geographics of Canada, but I know of a couple of people who lived up in northern. They were on Facebook friends, but I haven't talked to a lot of people on Facebook in like a year almost, it feels like. It's just okay, zoom, zoom, zoom. Zoom out to look at the world so I can rotate it to Canada. Yeah, they lived up like in Edmonton area. I don't remember the actual town, but they lived way up north. Maybe it was in Grand Prairie, Alberta area. And they were like super happy that they had like one team, but they had to travel like 3 hours to get to the nearest team. And I was like, ah. But yeah, it's like I know that some people in the United States are like, how is the CFL a thing? They only have like 7, 8 teams. And I'm like, yeah, well, welcome to most of the rest of the fucking world. You don't need to have 32 teams in a league to make it valid. That was a significant rumble.
Yep.
Well, I'm moving to North Carolina, so I'll be there at least a few weeks. Oh yeah, definitely some in North Carolina. Definitely.
We said, "Good morning, friends. Why am I so?"
But as North Carolina is a very large state, I can't necessarily Google that, but I guarantee you there's something there. It's qualified as a southern state, so it's pretty hella into the football. Like on purpose? Like I completely understand playing sports to get a little bit of aggression out, but when you're taking the baseball bat and you're hitting the umpire in the head, unless you threw the baseball at him. I sure hope you're not taking pride in like attacking other people.
I mean, okay, so I want to say through all of this, just don't attack people. But you're talking about playing football.
Yes, but that's the thing is like there's a difference between tackling someone, body slamming into the ground and ripping their helmet off and attacking someone unarmored.
True.
That's the difference.
Okay.
Like what that Kyle guy did in Northern California is he actually took off the helmet of the receiver when the whistle blew and he took the helmet and beat the kid with it. Yeah. And I asked him why, and he's like, he spit on my shoe. And I was like, oh my God. And then he went to jail at like 16. Maybe you need to work on that. Just take my anger out in different ways. Yeah, I can. I know a lot of incidents in the United States that are ever increasing, where people take out their anger in different ways. You should probably see someone about that. I've been over in Europe enough, and there's definitely, I'm just built different. I'm a special kind of crazy. No, that's not good. It's not good. You shouldn't be like taking pride in the fact that you want to actually actively attack someone that is way less defended than you. That's like Unclear antecedent there, Zachary. I really do wonder how long it'll take people to get their manners and common decency back after lockdown. Like, what kind of people? Most people that I know haven't lost common decency and manners. Unless you have a very narrow definition of manners and common decency that probably wasn't going to be very successful outside of lockdowns anyways. This is weird thunder. This is explosive thunder.
Yeah.
It's not rumbling up, and it's not like it's like it sounds like a rock hit something. I've played wide receiver, corner, strong safety, right guard, middle linebacker, and outside linebacker. We're not going to count that one time I went in as a nose tackle and did that thing standing straight up because it was my first football game ever. And the coach was like, oh, shit, I have not played you this entire game. Here, go in at nose tackle. And I'd never heard of the position before. So I did a whole standing up thing. It was bad. I don't even consider that to be a thing now that I know what, defensive line is. I keep seeing these articles talking about how restaurant workers are being treated much worse than usual by customers due to isolation and stuff. Okay, so people and their manners are Karens and Chads realizing what the world is, like actually getting talked back to. And it's not just at one place. They're getting it from everywhere. And they're raging at being a victim. That's basically what it is. It's not a lot of people. It's a very specific type of person. I would only be able to play wide receiver, quarterback, halfback, cornerback, slot, and linebacker. Everything else I'm too small for. I don't know about that one. I don't know what your actual size dimensions are, but if you can be a linebacker, you can probably be a defensive end. I mean, we got Ronald who's coming to be a defensive end for us. He's like way less than me. He's about as tall as me. He might be an inch shorter. He might be like 5'10". But I'm like 100 kilos, and I think he's like 90-ish kilos. Like he actually eats like a real European does, so he keeps this pretty slim body. On defense or QB, so you have the choice of 11 positions on one side of the field or one on the other. I mean, can you throw? Or are you going to be one of those little... Or are you going to be a server QB where you just like hold it out to the left and hope the running back figures out what's going on, or hold it to the right and figure out if the halfback knows what's going on? I brought you frankincense, and I brought you murder, and like the defensive tackle has just killed your halfback. Quarterback, Judas, sort of thing. Yeah, I can throw and run real fast. Maybe you could be a scramble QB. You don't have to. It's nobody's job but you to get touchdowns. You're not going to throw that ball. If you will throw it so high in the air, you will just run out and catch it yourself. Actually asked Willie if he could do that. He's like, probably not. That's not that legal. 5'8", 185 pounds, but I'm stronger than my size. not quite sure where I get it from, but maybe from ice hockey or hockey. Because I'm a little taking a wild guess. You're in North America, so you're talking about ice hockey. So 5'8", 180. You could be a defensive end, no problem. Yeah, ice hockey. So here in Europe, there isn't much ice hockey. Scandinavians are special in their own right. But most everyone else has field hockey, and that's what they refer to as hockey. Like near my club, there's another club that's Victoria or something, and they are the football club and hockey club called Victoria, and they play with the little curvy sticks on the ground, and everybody hunches over and whatnot and whatever. So yeah, ice hockey is kind of rare here. There's like maybe, I think there's an Amsterdam team, but I'm not sure about that one. But yeah, the Scandinavians love it. But like when you're dealing with, yeah. So like I said, you could be a defensive end, no problem. Especially if you're fast. If you have explosivity out of a 3-point stance, oh my God. You're going to make those tackles wonder why they even decided to get up and walk that day. Oh yeah, it's welcome to being a middle linebacker. That's what I ran. We are having explosive lightning. I told you we were having explosive lightning.
Jesus, I'm gonna close the windows.
Why?
Because I like the couch not being deep brown.
Fine. I may have to watch that one at a minute 17 later when this thing goes live.
In an hour 17?
Whatever.
It's been more than a minute.
Hour 15, yes. Play in the rain and lightning. Not here. We have crazy lightning, but even like Zachary. Boom, 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 boom. I think it hit something and it exploded. I'm getting twinks. Yeah, I'm not going to go out and play in the rain. Not with that much open area. Like it had to have hit something, like a transformer to cause that. But I saw a big old flash out there. Like it came from my left side. Weatherbug, what you telling me?
It's raining sideways.
It's raining sideways. I mean, it's possible. It says that there was a lightning strike way out near Outsdam, but that's a little far away. I mean, we didn't lose power. Nobody else did, I know of.
Yeah, no one else seems to have.
Yeah. I'm very fast once I get going, but I lack a little bit of explosiveness. But like you said, even as, but that's the issue with like wide receiver. You'd need to be like a wide out, but even then, once you get going, cool. But like football is all about explosiveness. I mean, running fast, running a 40 that's really fast is great, but rarely do you actually run that far in any given play. Here's another one. Okay, there's a normal thunder. And that's what I was talking about with like the trainer I was with today at sled training, is that football is so much stop and go. stop and go, stop and go. It's lightning fast. You need explosiveness because you need to get full force of everything happening in like 2 or 3 seconds. Once you get going, it's really great. And if you're playing Super Mario Kart and you're playing Bowser or Donkey Kong, that's really good to have a really high top speed, but you're going to have a really slow get up and you're going to probably be near the back for the first part of the race. But near the end, if it's just a straight shot, you will eventually overtake everyone, but it's going to feel like bad at first. Quick twitch muscles, yes. Kind of quick twitch muscles. It's, yeah, it is that. And that's why when I'm at the gym doing my incline is all 1, 2, 3, up. 1, 2, 3, up. It's because if you guys watch that article, there's several times where my arms are cocked back in my hip area, and then I have to explode up with a right. And then at that point, once I make contact with the bag, push up with my legs and extend my arms. And that all has to happen super fast. So I'm training in the gym to help. I'm 5'8", I can go unseen in the chaos? No. I'll tell you this much. I've seen our old linebacker Bono get lost in the chaos, and Bono was taller than you?
As tall as.
Yes, he was like 6.
I've seen any of your teammates ever be taller than me.
Yeah, but Bono was like 6'6". So, and he was our middle linebacker. Like at first when I saw him, I thought he was a defensive end. And I think at one point he was a defensive end, but then he wanted to move back to Mike linebacker and all that jazz. That's a good, we have a strong safety who's about that height. He's, it's really good because he could just go, because like when you've got like some of the Dutch that are super tall, like well, like above 6 feet, and he's 5'4", and then he's already kind of squatting to begin with to be in low athletic stance. He's already at knee level. So you get a running back or a spilling out, you get a, motion, and they come around the corner and they get the ball tossed to him. He can just smack right into their legs, knock them backwards. But I'm just like, yay! Messes out there taking kneecaps. That's all he can see.
You're so bad.
No, he agrees with me. I'm pretty fast and strong. I play coverage and blitz. It'd be harder to see me. September 26th. I mean, we're already at practices. We're going to go back to 2 weeks, two per week, coming up next Sunday. So this live stream will be cut short next week. We cut short at 9 o'clock. But yeah, no, we're fine. It's not going crazy because we have a bit more vaccination rate than some other countries. I mean, I always check RIVM. No, not vaccinatie. I have Weekciphers. Yeah, we're pretty down. We're down pretty much across the country. COVID-19 in grafieken. Oh yeah, it's Like we got a bit of a spike because everyone was doing a bunch of testing to get into events. But I mean, even Aaron can see this. It's just dropping.
Oh yeah. That's good. That's
I mean, yeah, we had
solid drop.
Yeah, but then we have the little bump up here for in the Seekin house, but that doesn't necessarily mean much of anything, because sometimes people could get a bit of a bad thing and they just want to. They're like, well, we have the beds, so we're going to put you in here and just watch, even though they don't have a bad thing. But even that, they're still probably. But like the deaths is very, very, very. Like we've had days in the last 2 months where there's been no deaths. So there's that. Fully vaccinated, thank you. Canada was horrible with the vaccines at the start. That's the thing, is I didn't get mine till like June. It was like late June, and then I had to wait 6 weeks till, or it was like mid-June and then late July. And I'm not a young person. In fact, one of my young friends in Amsterdam just posted to his thing that he got his second shot today. But as of today, I think I'm fully vaccinated because it's been 2 weeks. So, and girls on the same team as you? Wow. Look at that co-ed stuff going on there. Why were they weirded out? Because you were dating a teammate or because she's a girl? I feel like if I don't watch for lightning, it's going to come across with another major kaboom, bat, poo, cascade event of stuff. But still, hour 17. I gotta go back afterwards when this is done compiling. Favorite team? Carolina Panthers. Player? My favorite player is still Luke Kuechly, but he's not. He retired, so I have yet to decide on a specific player. I haven't actually looked at much of anybody to find it. I'm just going with the linebackers on. I don't have a specific player right now because like no one can reach the level of Kuechly for my favoriteness. They keep telling us no making out in the middle of the game. Yeah, like I understand that joke. So it's the fact that you're dating a teammate. That makes sense. But that's part of the issue that some of the folks in the States were like, oh, just don't hit on us in the middle of the game. Bro, I'm trying to play football. I'm not here to get dates. Besides, you guys even on Grindr. How do you know I'm not on Grindr? Trust me, I have Grindr on my phone just to check. What? Favorite is Tom Brady. Tom Brady is the favorite of a lot of people. This over some Hurricanes. I like the style that I had on the Cobras with the slick and compression, and the pants, at least the black ones, look really good. But the fact that it was so star-spangled military bothers the heck out of me. But, you know. The visor thing. Oh, on my replica helmet? Yeah, that came from Green Gridiron. They put it on there for free. And when I ordered the helmet, it came with a Carolina Panthers visor. Yeah, it's really weird to like put that helmet on like earlier, and I was describing how to do stuff with it because it echoes back in my face. And like I'd never actually had a visor on a helmet before. I think maybe I tried Willie's helmet on just to see what it felt like to have a different helmet than my crappy one I bought from the Pit Bulls or the Monarchs way back in the day. And I think he might have had a visor on it, but I'd never actually really tried a visor on, and it just echoes so much. I'm like, how do you guys do this? And then I realized that there's an absolute butt ton of women that sacrifice a lot of physical comfort for swag. So I realized that there's probably a lot of guys out there that sacrifice their oral health for swag on the field. It was a nice uniform, but it wasn't my favorite. Here we go. I literally saw that flash out of the corner of my eye. It wasn't a big boom one. That had to have hit something. I'm fully convinced that hit a transformer of sorts, or it hit a tree even. It's possible it hit a tree and blew a tree up.
Yeah.
They pull your glasses out? That's almost like unsportsmanlike conduct. That's like tripping the person with crutches. It's not that a person on crutches will be playing football, but it's in that same vein. If someone's wearing athletic glasses so they can play football and make sure the glasses stay on their head, and people are pulling your glasses off, it's like, what? Yeah, that's also part of the issue with that one is I don't like the visor, and I thought about a clear visor, but it's just not my thing. And there's way too many people on some of my previous videos like, well, if he doesn't have a visor, he's not a good football player. I was like, that's right, because it's all about, how you look is how you play. Trust me, you look at like some of the players in the NFL, they have the most basic gear. They don't have any armbands on. They don't, they wear the team socks. They've got the NFL branded gloves, but they're kind of crappy gloves to begin with. They're not the slick, nice new gloves. They've got a very basic helmet. And if you look at their shoulder pads, you're like, those aren't cool shoulder pads. It's because they have the stuff that functions for what they want. They're all there to play football, and they're not there for the gram. But that's why I don't wear sunglasses, because it changes the way I see things. So I'm like, it bothers me. Okay. Oh no, that was on TikTok. I was like, I got a sassy ass comment on something, so I was gonna respond to it, but it wasn't on YouTube. It was on TikTok. Suit up for mobility and comfort. I don't care about appearance. Yeah, that's what so many NFL players do, but there's a lot of people especially that are looking for stuff on YouTube that find someone that isn't about the swag and they immediately judge their performance on that. I'm just like, oh my God, you guys are probably the ones that are like, I have to keep my car washed all the time or girls are not going to find me of the smexy. No. Most of the things you're doing are not to impress girls. You may think they're there to impress girls, but you're actually out there to technically impress the guys. Where was that? Oh, that. Duh, I'm on Instagram, not TikTok. It's like desperately looking for a comment. I'm like, but I'm on Instagram, not TikTok. Put on what keeps me safe. So the bare minimum. I know there's actually a lot of players we have here that are putting on like the bare minimum so they can, get onto the field according to regulations. That shouldn't be a thing. Unless you're just talking about two people running straight into each other. But there's actually rules against head-to-head combat. Literally, you can't use your head as a weapon. It's called targeting. Helmet to helmet. It's an actual foul. It's a personal foul on top of that one. Oh, it was the TikTok where I basically said, I'm not going to lie. I hope one day an American tourist see me holding American football gear in Europe. It's like, what? Because they don't expect that sport to be played outside of the country. They played in Canada. Most Americans don't think that the CFL is outside of the United States. When they go to Toronto or they go to Vancouver, BC, or Montreal, they are outside the United States. But the CFL does not play outside of the United States, like in Edmonton or Winnipeg or Vancouver. Scared your pads aren't working? Are you getting hurt? I mean, that's the thing. Are you getting like really hurt? That's not even really good measure, but we're running with it right now. So yeah. He says basically it means you're too bad to play in the US, right? Me. Oh, I played in the States. I moved here for work purposes and continued playing. I mean, just sometimes I get dizzy with my stuff on. Okay. So this seems like a serious medical problem if you put on all your football gear and immediately get dizzy. Like, maybe I'm not fully understanding, but if you're getting your gear on and you get dizzy, it could be something, maybe claustrophobia while you're inside the helmet. Could be an anxiety attack. my brain started making a mashup of two songs. I wish I mean, I technically do if I had both those songs on my computer, I could mash them together. It's not that big a problem.
What songs?
This one. And I have to find it. I don't even know where it's at. I may not even have it in here. Oh God. No. Yeah, my brain lost it. But it was that Sia song with something else. I don't know. My brain started remixing it together, and oh, just got it again. My brain's doing that. Where is it? I swear it was in here. Maybe I don't have it in here. I thought I did. Yeah. I still love this one. I love all the videos involved in that one. Finally get my Honda Civic onto the Autobahn. How you doing back there? My 500cc engine. Random question. Tacos? Tacos or nachos?
Favorite food?
For the rest of your life. Unless you're talking about a very, very single specific ingredient. I mean, random questions are not, I mean, when it's been 5 minutes in between the last time someone said something. There's no such thing as a random question. It's just people chatting.
It's the day of my photo shoot, and I'm sporting a fat lip. It's just on this one side. The makeup artist will be able to even it out, right? I'm excited to see what she does with it. It's the day of my photo shoot.
Just how much of these vitamins are like being wasted away. Okay, so I see a few videos now talking about how like before some of us had automatic captions, you would look at a video and it wasn't really worth making because it would take too long to caption it yourself. And I was fully in that boat. And now you're probably thinking, Craig, we've seen your videos. And to that I say, you should see the stuff I didn't post. No, you shouldn't, that was horrible. But now you're thinking, Craig, I can see the automatic captions. They're probably here, I think I put them here now. So now you've got them, like, what is that content that you didn't post? Avocados. Look at this bad boy. Look at him. He's growing. He's so successful. I'm so obsessed with growing avocados. And now you're thinking, there's just one avocado that's like growing some leaves. Like, that's not that cool. I have every stage of an avocado, well, apart from the actual avocado, but we have stem avocado. We have just grown its first little root avocado. We have just put in water avocado. Next up, we have avocado that's been peeled and wrapped in a towel and then put in a bag. I know what you're.
I'm never going to say the word right again. I've heard him say it way too many times with this Scottish accent. Avocado.
Avocado.
You're thinking that's too much avocado.
Avocado.
We have fresh avocado, not peeled yet. And to finish it all off, avocado with a stone. The avocado, which I will be planting as well. What's a beater? I'm obsessed. Okay, so
Jesus, like everyone's just like, oh my God, I love USA TikTok. No, I love Europe TikTok so much.
Europe TikTok's pretty darn epic.
Like the Swedes just, here's the thing. This is one of those things that just screams super Dutch. The Swedes probably make Swedish TikTok, but they also make a lot of English TikTok. And then there's the Scots and the Irish, which obviously speak English, but with their special accents. But the Dutch rarely actually speak English. They're just like Dutch. But there's actually a lot of Germans that also speak English. And I'm like, it's weird. Like the Dutch don't really care about talking to the rest of the world. Oh, Seth, what's your favorite football memory you have? Groningen. It's from a couple weeks ago. A couple of years ago. It's when we played in sub-zero temperatures. And Aaron got a picture in the locker room and had like tackles on the sideline. And our rookies were doing great. And we had like a haze over the field because our sweat was evaporating off us, but then condensing in a small cloud above the field, but wasn't high enough to wisp away because we didn't have any wind because it was so fucking cold. And then that night I went out in the town, got horribly blitzed. There's a picture I do not remember taking, and it's blurry, so I don't ever really share it much. But I remember taking this picture. It was after Greece. But I decided, like, hey, let's take a selfie. And I didn't ever put it in the vlog or anything. It just, what? Okay, so I remember taking this picture of everybody eating out at, like this, where we're all sort of sitting in that central cafe area.
Yeah.
And I think you may have been there getting a little bit of food after the game. And then, because you came with us to the first bar.
Yeah.
And then you sat outside when we were all under the cover. And then you went back to the hotel and I wound up traveling around with the rest of them. But that's like teammates. It's, defensive tackle, kicker, random person from Groningen. kid who admits that there's more than 0 times of acceptability for being dropped as a kid. Free safety coach.
Wasn't that many?
Wasn't that many. Sven! But yeah. I have no idea who these guys are. And I don't remember taking this picture. But they gave me their pizza. I remember that. I don't remember taking this picture, but they gave me their pizza. It was just a margarita pizza, though. Don't worry. It wasn't anything bad. But yeah, like Aaron snapped this picture in the locker room. Is that better? That's a little better. This is also where we got stuck in the elevator going 1 floor. 8 people in an elevator go up 1 floor. We've been stuck here for 45 minutes because it died and the doors were closed. Welcome, Baikone. And then there's a wonderful picture that I saw. This is called Capsalon. And it's basically fries with donor crap with all the fixins for a donor on inside. It says, why have abs when you can have Curios kebabs?
A good question.
Willie lives in the States. I haven't physically seen him in over 3 years. He hasn't been on the videos because we're 8,000 miles apart. I'm checking the thing, the Amsterdam to Portland. 5,000 miles. I'm sorry. We are 5,000 miles apart.
8,000 kilometers.
Yeah, 8,000 kilometers. I mean, I know what he's up to. He's, got a girl. He's living in, still, living in Tigard, Beaverton area. He's working at his, it is an Orange Theory. It's a gym thing. He posts stuff like this when people are like super happy about his about their gains they made staying in the Orange Theory. He took a trip to Puerto Rico, had some fun there. In a short summary, how would I describe what Amsterdam's like living in? It's like living in Portland, Oregon with freedom. You cannot see the giant smirk on his face. Like it's hard to condense that down to something short and still get off the information that I would like. But then again, I don't know how long I would want. Has that thing always had? Okay, no, it's just a swear to God. So directly out, there's one of those little, alien thing that holds up the power wires.
Mm-hmm.
But they're angled like this. It's just that the way the sun looks, this one is the same color as the clouds in the background, and this one's dark. So I'm like, did it literally blow off one of them? Because I couldn't see the other little antenna thing sticking up. And then the clouds moved a little bit and the sun moved a little bit. And so the lighter one became lighter than the clouds in the background, and I can see it. But anyway. The only thing I've ever seen of Amsterdam is in an episode of the Trailer Park Boys. You've actually probably seen more of Amsterdam, but not realized that you were seeing Amsterdam. They overtly state that they're in Amsterdam, but people may not have actually paid attention in the bodyguards, Hitman's bodyguard wife. The Hitman's Bodyguard, yeah, with Samuel L. Jackson and stuff. But that took place, like, that was like, oh, that's so realistic. The trams kept moving when someone was going to run near them. No tram does that. They'll kill everyone on board with the brakes before they hit someone. Plus, it's like right in front of the Rijksmuseum. There's the last Spider-Man movie didn't have anything from Amsterdam. It was still in the Netherlands, though. There's a couple of things. But yeah, I don't sure what Trailer Park Boys is. Must be something new since we've moved out.
No, it's older, but neither of us ever paid attention to it.
Fair. But like things that exist here that are kind of special, like a Madame Tussauds is not necessarily that big a deal. The Wax Museum, because like London has that, I think New York has one. I think at one point Portland tried to have one, or they have at least a traveling exhibit of one that comes around, like the convention center or something. 18. We have a youth team. Like Boss and his friends, Sebastian and his friends are all like 15 and 16 years old. So technically, could be down to 14 and you'd be able to practice with them, but I don't think you'd be able to play with them. But you could definitely practice. But like most of the boys are 15 and 16. But like Kuhn was going to turn 18 at some point. I don't think he's coming back, but Kuhn was 17 when he was practicing with us. But by the time he was, well, no, he was actually in the Groningen game. Was he? I remember he was in one game and he was like super, super excited because I remember, oh yeah, you'd be good. At the age of 21. Oh yeah. But it's yeah, like turning 21 and like that's like Sophian and Sven are all around that age. Maybe a little bit older, 22, 23, something like that. I know that Sophian did a bit of high school in Nebraska. So I was like 2017 or something like that. So he's not that old. 1998. Sorry. What's up, Cams? So yeah, Sophion's like 23. Was that something like that? 1998. 8 to 11 would be 3, and then the distance from that is 20. Yeah, like 23. And I know that Sean is also in his low 20s, so you'd actually be in good company with a lot of our players at 21. With as long as I lived in Oregon, I'm under the impression that California never is once again on fire, just is at a higher peak of being on fire. Do you mean like people have played before, or do you mean like military? Because right now, everyone has played a full season before. So I don't know if Merline's coming back. I mean, he might. But we don't have any new players this year. And well, Ronald. So Ronald and Merline, if they, Ronald will be back. He loves it. But he's socked in with work right now. But oh yeah, it's like all the sport is so small here that you get like 1 or 2 rookies a year. Considering the amount of so the Groningen game was when we had a good number of rookies. I think that's the year we had Kuhn and we had Jan and Sven and Emrys, our kicker. And then we were moving into the regular season, but then 2020 happened. But then we had a lot of practices and like one other game against the Belgian team, and then we had another outbreak, blah, 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 blah. So they're not rookies anymore because they've had at least a year of practicing, even without many games. What's up, Logan? But in terms of like older players, oh yeah. Yeah, like Thomas and Hirschkopf and Denny, some of them played over 10 years. I mean, I've been playing 8. I mean, I've been on this team 3 years, so. And remember, some people don't even start sometimes playing until they're like 25. Like Ronald's 28, and that's the first time he's ever played football. He did 20 years of judo. The only reason Ronald and I bonded is because before, when we had to deal with like no contact for over the age of 27 because the Netherlands decides we're going to have the weirdest rule in the world. So Ronald was 28, so he was in my group. But most of our linemen are like 30 plus. So that's what you mean. Like I know that Martijn has been playing like at least 10 years. One of our defensive tackles, Mitchell, his first year was the year before me. So he's been playing 4 years. But like Maurice has been playing since I think he figured out which end of the football goes up, according to the way he says it. But Maurice is nothing but dad jokes. He is literally he is skin wrapped around dad jokes that throws a football.
Yeah.
Do I have any personal favorite drills at practice? I'm getting really partial to the sled. And I know that's much more of a line drill than it is for linebacker. but we're doing a lot with the sled. We're also doing a lot of stuff with like hand placement on linemen because Martine had a knee injury, so he has like robo knees for a little while. He's our center, so we were doing stuff like push on the chest, push on the shoulder, lift them up. If they already have your hand on you, put your arm, lean forward, put your arm underneath here, lift them up, and then guide them that way. A perfect way to bull rush is to get them off balance and then push your offensive tackle into the quarterback. But like Botterham. That's a Dutch word for sandwich. It literally means butter ham, but sometimes it's just bread and cheese. But yeah, stuff on the sled is pretty much where my favorites are going. Come on, Talcamundo. Chop, chop. Where are you at, guys? I want my food. Does it say it's on its way?
Yeah, any minute now.
Tyler has put your order in the oven. It's a 2-liter Pepsi. I sure hope not. High school, we legitimately had 2 different drills. That's it? Just 2? Just 2. Oklahoma and then say Oklahoma backwards. I'm not going to. Oh, I may not have saved the video, but I utilized that sound. Yeah, I know, Craig. I utilized that song. So it's the Sia song. And then my brain was mixing in this song.
Yeah, I can feel it matching well.
Yeah. $44. Let me finish the rest of the question. So I technically could have chosen my number. The qualifications in my brain were I wanted a doubled number. So 11, 22, 33, 44. I would have preferred 59. I don't think the Hurricanes actually have a 59. We don't have all the numbers. But I wanted to have something more akin to linebacker, and Luke Kuechly is 59. The problem is back on the Cobras in my last year, I chose 59 because I wanted to be the middle linebacker with number 59, like Luke Kuechly, and they wound up being, well, your number is technically able to play a line. So the most amount of time I got to play in 4 games was 1 game, pretty much every offensive down at right guard. I never went in for linebacker. Never. Went in for like 4 plays of special teams on previous games, 1 whole game at right guard because I wound up having a valid number for that one. And then my very last game in the States, I went in for 2 special teams plays and I long snapped on the last play of the game. That's it. And then like a week later, I said, sorry guys, I have to pull out. My life's going crazy right now. And I took about 6 weeks to sell off my entire apartment. But the thing is I know the conversations I had at the end of that game. They were not vlogged very well, but I remember telling our field medic, Doc, what was going on. I full on knew that was probably going to be my last game, but I didn't tell anyone in the game. But yeah, I would prefer 59, but that would also allow me to probably be put on offensive line, and I don't want to have that happen again. But I didn't want to go down with like 33, plus I think it was taken, and I just love doubled numbers, so I picked 44. I do kind of wish I had a... There's our doorbell. I wish I had a adult medium jersey because 44 is small. But then I'd have to change numbers. You were given 66 as a wide receiver? My voice cracked. That's so weird. 66? Like, even if you were tipped upside down, a receiver shouldn't have 99. 99 is a nose tackle. Prove me wrong. 99 is a nose tackle. Technically, defense can have any numbers they want. And especially when your team's small enough, you don't have the chance to necessarily change. The only thing we have in our league that is required is offensive line. But like our nose tackle, I think is 77, and our I'm not even sure if we have 90s, because I know that like Mitchell is 76, Martine is 67 or 69, I think. When Rohier goes in to play center, when we don't have enough linemen, I think he puts on 55, something like that. But most of our linemen have somewhere in the 60s. I can't remember. I know there's a 63 in there somewhere. But most of our receivers are actually up in the 80s. It's weird. Well, I think. We have an 81, 83, 88. I think I've seen an 85. Sven is 87. Never mind, I said that one. And then the rest of the defense is sort of whatever his picks. But Rohier is usually 37. He's like one of our outside linebackers. Maurice is 19. He's our quarterback. Our other quarterback is 8. Just a stark white fucking cloud in that dark gray background. It looks wrong.
Yeah, it does.
And then next year I played corner and was given 70. Like, so here's the thing. I understand that some teams have weird things that if you're in such a small league, you can take these over so that they're not, yeah. So I've seen some people in Canada that actually have, and I think some youth teams in Australia sometimes have some really crazy numberings. Some of the TikTok people are celebrating their pads, so I go through like the football pads hashtag, see if the videos are good quality or whatnot. Because I always know, like, if you're one of those like 8-year-olds or you're like a 14-year-old and you make a TikTok showing off how good your gear is and you get, 3 likes, those likes are going to mean way more than my 263 likes per se. I mean, to an extent. Because you get a notification someone likes your video, and then you check out their channel and they're like, oh my God, you're a real football player and you really like my video. Yay, it makes them happy. But some of them come home and they're like, yeah, this is my number I'm playing this year. I'm number 63 and I'm a wide receiver. And I'm like, what? I'm a quarterback and I'm playing number 70. Number was one that I saw. He was 92, and he was a quarterback. I'm like, what? What? Like, quarterback should be under 20. Like, you got a lot of numbers down there of the options, but Jesus Christ. It was the weirdest thing to watch.
Okay, so I see a hey, get out of my sandwich. No.
But yeah, like sometimes with youth teams, they don't, and it's all probably like numbers don't really matter. So they just say, "Hey guys, we're like, you're bigger than you would be for a normal kid, so we're just going to give you this jersey. Numbers don't really matter. I'm 92 as a quarterback. You're also really tall, and much of the rest of our team are small kids. You happen to have a growth spurt, so you're taller. So you're going to wear one of our large boy jerseys." You know, and then if it's dumb and they actually give you the jersey that's like tailor made from a different company and it has like your last name or anything on it because you pay egregious amounts of money for stuff, and it's still a crazy number like that, that's just dumb. Like if you're being given the number and it's not, like I understand if like the coach's son is like the star quarterback and he has number 12 because Tom Brady is a, you know, a fetish of theirs. So it's like, okay, fine. He gets number, you know, he gets 12. Can you have like 10 or 14, 13, 12? Can you have any other number below 20? It's called the AFBN, which is the acronym for American Football Bond Nederland. Bond is club group. That's just how it is. The Dutch word for it. Like Belgium is BAFA. Oh no, that's the British American Football Association. So that would be, no, that's the British American Football League. Fine, Belgium. Belgium American Football. Oh, they are. Yeah, they are baffled. Belgian American Football League. So it's really awkward because if we called ourselves the Netherlands Football League, it would be NFL or Nederlandse Football League. But then that would be weird because football and voetbal, football is soccer, and that's VOETBAL. So you'd want to put the American in there. So if you have like the Nederlandse American Football League, it'd be NAFL. So it's just American Football Bond Nederlands, and that's what it is. AFBN. NL. That's my actual website. AFBN.NL. And they still haven't updated the website since they closed everything. Yeah. yeah, we were sitting in top place at the end of the league, but technically we only played. There were only like a couple games that were actually played. Arnhem played 2 games. Amsterdam Crusaders played 2 games. Rotterdam played 2 games, and Hilversum played 2 games. So Rotterdam was 1-1. Arnhem was 1-1. Crusaders were 0-2, and Hilversum was 2-0. Within the league, all right. So this is going to sound just a couple answers. Oh, come on. Competities, tackle football, Eerste Divisie. So I like the Hilversum better. I like blue and yellow at wonderful contrast. Crusaders have like a red and silver motif going on. Groningen is like the Pit Bulls. They're green and have silver pants, but Rotterdam is also green. With their but they have green pants. Leiden actually is in the next division down, the 2nd division, and they have some pretty spiffy new uniforms, but I'm not sure if that's just for their youth team or not. And the Tilburg Wolves I actually like because they remind me a lot of the Panthers, which I like. And that's Tilburg. You should be able to find them on Facebook. Here, I will. Actually, I have an Instagram. I will find it for you. Tilburg Wolves Official. I think they also have a TikTok, but they don't post much to it. No. So let me get my screen up so you can see this. You see what I mean? How it kind of reminds me of the Panthers with like the silver helmet and the Carolina blue and the black and yada yada, all that does. So yeah. But like, here's their helmets with the blue stripe down the back with a little wolf on the side. Like, I actually like that one, and it would be really cool. Like, for some reason we had to move down to Tilburg. We won't, but if we had to like move down into that area and I was playing for a team local to there because it's actually really far away, I would probably be playing for Tilburg, and I would be striving desperately to get number 59 just because it's close to a Panthers jersey and it's Luke Kuechly, and I would be like the middle linebacker. To be fair, they are not in the top division. They are in the next division down. But yeah, again, if we were forced to move to Tilburg for some ungodly reason, that would be that. Vikings are great. I have a soft spot for blue. I'm not sure if the Eindhoven Raptors are also in here. Eindhoven Valkyries. The Raptors have a pretty snazzy look to their uniform, but they have more of like the navy and red. Let me get a good picture of this. Anything in tagged? No. They're good pictures, but they don't show off the uniform very well. There, does this help? It's kind of like navy blue and reddish orange. That's actually really cool. That was actually the reason why I like the Raptors, is also because where Aaron probably would have had to work because of one of the clients he was with at the beginning. We may have been living in Eindhoven, so I would have been playing for the Eindhoven Raptors because I am not going to travel far. The Amsterdam Panthers youth team. Fuck. Well, no, actually, they're a regular team. You're going to love this one. Like, I'll go with the Vikings and the Panthers, and I have to give it up. I have, like, when it comes down, it kind of looks like the Broncos. The funny thing is we have a Broncos. It's Enschede. But let me, oh, God, so drunk. While I'm at it, let's see if I can get my Enschede Broncos. Yeah, they're much more of a red. Well, that's a video. I don't want that. They have much more of a red appeal to them. Oh, I was going to show you the Panthers. Oh, God. Like, the Panthers are the epitome of great looking team. Not that good of a team. Can you just pause the video so I can show off? Like, you guys had good uniform look there. These are just, they're not good pictures to show it off. That video is a good picture. Okay, this might show it off a little bit. See, they got much more of like a solid red looking, and that's the Enschede Broncos. But it's the Panthers. Oh my God. Like I said, the Amsterdam Panthers are probably the best looking, but they are the epitome of look good, not necessarily that good. Amsterdam Panthers, like they're like, oh, no, that's a video. Okay, I'm going to hold this back here so you can kind of see. If you need to get closer to your screen, look at the brightness is a bit weird for my phone. See if I can find a better picture. I mean, here, let me see if I can zoom in. I mean, look at that. It's got like that blue and camo look and whatnot, and it's shiny. Like it's just, I mean, look at this. There we are. Look at that. Just damn. But not that great of a team. So they're still in the air. They're still down in the second division. They've never made it up into the top division. Where'd my husband go? Okay, this burrito classic habanero. I need to go get a plate. Habanero pineapple. Oh no. Oh no. Be right back. I hope you properly, even though there's one beneath it that says hot habanero. But it's squishy enough, I need a plate for it. You've always had a soft spot for purple uniforms like the Vikings. Yes. Yes. I don't think we have any purples. Maybe some of our women's teams do. But I don't. Maybe the Rotterdam Ravens might. I don't think the Hague Black Scorpions do. And the Amsterdam Cats they have some snazzy uniforms. I mean, they have that like cheetah print on them. Yeah, here's a good video. You see how like their shoulders have that red and black cheetah print on it? I'm colorblind, so I don't necessarily know if some teams are purple or not. Like, it's entirely possible that the Eindhoven Raptors were purple, and I see it as navy blue. What is Maastricht? Wildcats. Maastricht Wildcats. They might have. Well, they're probably purple. They have a lot of promotional photos. Here's their number 64. I'm not sure if that's purple or not. Like I said, I'm kind of colorblind, and I'm not going to pull out my color tester for it. But this is what their uniforms look like in like natural light. So again, I don't know if it's purple or not. But yeah, if you move here, you have a team somewhere close to you. Well, I was smelling it and I was like, is this beef?
It's classic.
Well, I know, but we've had ones marked classic before and had giant chunks of chicken in it. It just didn't smell right. So I was checking. And that's why I saw it said pineapple habanero.
Yeah.
Don't get me started on light blue. I don't know about the Tar Heels. That is like, yeah. North Carolina Tar Heels, like they are the ones, like that university is what championed Carolina blue. I have a soft spot for that color blue. And they've got numerous kinds, but you're talking about these, right? The light blue. They pretty much pioneered it. But now they seem to be having like dark blue or purple, navy, with the Carolina blue as their number. I'm like, no, go back to that. Go back to like Carolina Panthers color rush. You guys will win. Totally. But yeah, if I had to pick any uniform, it's Carolina Panthers color rush. Like you could bury me in that uniform. Aaron. Aaron went, oh yeah. But yeah, like between the Tar Heels and the Panthers, they pretty much have owned Carolina blue. Okay, well, it's definitely classic, but I don't know if it's got spicy habanero or if it's habanero pineapple. To be fair, their habanero is never spicy. It just gives me enough to make me think that it's
Get out of my sandwich. Hey,
fucking good.
get out of my sandwich.
Fucking cows.
There is a distinct smell of smoke coming in my bedroom window, and it's making me very concerned. Or maybe it's a smell of something normal that I'm smelling wrong, or maybe it's mixing with another smell my brain's getting.
The amount of people who are like, oh my God, what's the point of this job? Or like, oh my God, there's no point in doing that. Have never had this job. I had to go on anxiety medicine because of this job. This is stressful, and what she's doing is a necessary thing, and you all have benefited from the amount of people who are.
But yeah,
When training for hypertrophy, don't sleep on machines.
It's a fun one for you. If all you care about is building muscle, you never ever even have to touch a free weight. Depending on what exercises and what machines you actually have available to you, I would prefer the machines. There are some incredibly well-designed machines out there now, Nautilus, Atlantis, Prime, Strive, if you're old, that are designed with human biomechanics in mind. They force you to move through a path of motion that the muscle actually wants you to move, and therefore we can achieve a better stimulus via using them versus always just using a free weight. That doesn't mean free weights don't work, because obviously they do, but 30 years ago cars worked, but we continued to improve them, didn't we?
oh, I'll definitely look it up. I'm literally eating burritos and watching TikTok. Unless you're telling me to look up, adult material, I will just Google something. I will. Washington football team throwback uniform.
Showing pictures that match.
Because it's that easy. It's Google. Is this what we're talking about? I'm going to go with yes. Because I forgot there's a delay. So let's make that big. Visit. Let's make it big. Let me look at it. I do not want to install the free app. What's up? Hi, Matt. I do not want to install the free app of Bleacher Report. You don't even work in this country. You do, but you work very... So just make it bigger. We're talking about these, right? Go right here. I mean... I'm going to get something with better lighting rather than the show-off material. I mean, it's nice. The gold lettering very well contrasts with the crimson, I think is what we're calling it. It's not red like the Crusaders, but it's not like maroon like other teams. It's that crimson red. Would you call that crimson?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. My color dipstick, I guess. Is that the proper term? What color is this? But yeah, like, it's definitely been modernized, and I like that. Much more compression. I know that some of those older uniforms are basically just draping cloth over people, and the pads are like gigantic. I mean, they're great. I mean, I've seen the Redskins before. Yes, I'm going to call them that. I don't care. It's too fresh. I'm not ready. Besides, I literally look at a picture that says Redskins on it. But yeah, like it's great. I'm starting to like the contrasting pants and jersey. So like the Panthers have black jersey, silver pants. But when they go away uniform, it's white jersey, white pants. So like my team, we have white pants and white jersey for away, blue jersey and blue pants for home. I wasn't sure because I wasn't necessarily sure if they were using them, because I know a lot of teams were throwing throwback. They were trying to put out throwbacks this year, and they haven't. But like the gold lettering is great because it's different. It's not just plaster on a white number on a colored background, or then invert it for your away uniform. So you have like crimson letters with a white background. Looking at you, Green Bay. But yeah, I'm actually seeing the game pictures now. And I mean, it's like I said, it's not super flashy, but then again, I don't think the NFL teams can be that flashy, which is partially why I like a lot of European teams, is because they're not. When you're looking for money, and like a bit of business and capitalism has come in, you start finding uniformity in your uniforms. So things get kind of bland. But in Europe, everything's pretty much amateur except for the ELF and maybe the GFL one. But the teams are just based on what the teams want to have as their uniform. There's no desire, and most of them match the actual city colors. Like Hilversum didn't pick, Hilversum Hurricanes didn't pick blue and yellow. It's the fact that the Hilversum flag is blue with yellow corn kernels on it. Hilversum flag.
These pictures should match.
Yeah. This is the Hilversum City flag. So you can see why we are blue predominantly with yellow as a secondary color. And Amsterdam should be red and black, but that gets a bit funky. So they have silver pants. But they're red because Amsterdam's color is red. And the flag of Amsterdam is actually 3 X's with a red stripe, and then in the middle is a black stripe with 3 white X's, and then at the bottom is another red stripe. So they are even following the colors there. And I don't know necessarily about the other cities, but I would guess that Groningen might be green just because they're the Groningen Giants and it's green. I'm not sure what color Groningen's flag actually is. Not bad, Mark, just generally talking stuff. Smith Falls Renegades. Smiths Falls Renegades. Smith Falls Renegades. Even did. That's a lot of logos. We're going to go with the red ones here and hopefully. Nope, that blew up. That picture got too big to be, and it got blurry. Look at no pictures. I'm just having to go back and see if there's any pictures. There's your COVID update. Now you have a Facebook page. No wonder Google doesn't like you. It's an unsecured page. It has that yield sign.
Oh, yeah.
Scores, standing, venues, match or schedule, registration. There's no pictures of anything. Whatever. I mean, I see this, and those are fire engine red. Those are red. Aaron, that's red. This is red. I think that's what you're talking about. Now, the thing that gets me about football uniforms is I love football uniforms that are bright, pure colors. So black is its own, it's a neutral color in and of itself. But like when people have dark blue or light navy or crimson to an extent, it's like, come on. These look like the colors of jeans I could wear. I have, like, but it's like the Beavers have a little bit of dark orange, but they also have uniforms that are bright orange, and that's why I like our uniforms for Hilversum, because they are bright royal blue and the yellow is bright yellow. There is no muted nature of it. Hiccuping. No muted nature of any of those colors. They are bright. The only thing that's relatively weird is the fact that the stripe on my helmet that goes up the front makes me kind of think macaroni and cheese color. But the actual uniforms have bright yellow on them.
Because something works doesn't mean that it can't be improved.
When training for
But like, there's the Sussex Thunder. Oh my God. You want to see something that's eye-bleedingly red? Yeah, but it's the Sussex Thunder from England. They are like, they're not in the middle here. They're the ones surrounding. They are eye-bleedingly fucking red.
Oh yeah, that's actually hard to look at.
Yeah, because they're contrasted by royal blue. Plus, I think the pictures maybe a bit to make them. Here we go. There. It's blurry, but you can see the color red on this. It's just, to be fair, I think these might be color tinted a bit. Like there's a filter put on it, but this is still so, like this isn't even close to America. This has way too much red. You would need equal amounts of red and blue to make this thing anything close to America, but this definitely has Britain written all over it. It's basically a 49ers jersey, but with black. But then you've also got like their opponent here, which is the Mavericks. And you can see how it's just like, come on, fingers, pay attention. How it's just like muted in all fashions. Like it's a dark gray and their numbers are even kind of a dark red. And it would be hard to see the numbers if they didn't have that black outline around the numbers. And it's like, and it makes me think of that, I like you, have a cookie. I like you, have a cupcake. And then you look at that uniform and you go, next picture. I like you, have a cupcake. Like the whole like gunmetal gray looks great, especially for a team like with Mavericks and you think of guns and the Wild West, but they should have picked a different color for the numbers. Now, I'm not saying you like super triggered something in me, but there's a guy who runs an OnlyFans. He's gay, and he does OnlyFans videos for in his football gear. So I wind up on my Instagram and Twitter sometimes get people asking me if I know him. I'm like, no, I don't. And they're like, oh, do you have an OnlyFans? I'm like, no, I actually play the sport. And they're like, why? When you could be making money on OnlyFans. I'm like, I like playing the sport. And like, I thought you were gay. And this is why my TikTok many weeks ago, almost a month ago at this point, was like, what's something
Hypertrophy.
What's something you'll get a lot of hate for when you say it out loud? Where is it? God, how long ago was that? Oh, good Lord. Did I pass it already? No.
What's something you'll get a lot of hate for if you say it out loud?
That in the United States, the LGBT community is more toxic to gay athletes than the straight community is.
And I haven't got a lot of hate for it because the American gay community hasn't found that TikTok yet. Mark. I'm chatting with Mark Stice. He's like, oh my God, wow. I don't know what you're saying wow about, but yeah. It's one of those like, oh, he said it. Yeah, that's the point of that whole trend. Supposed to say that. Well, the United States just went through 4 years of Trump saying all the quiet parts out loud. Why would the gay community bring you down for playing sports? That doesn't even make sense. Because
You're right. It doesn't make sense.
no, I'm trying to make you'd think. So I had actually had that video stitched for a couple days and kept trying to rephrase it multiple ways. And I said what I said very specifically, that the LGBT community is more toxic. Not that they are all toxic, but that the straight community, at least when it comes down to Gen Z, is way worse. Because I see a bunch of gays that do fitness, gays in the USA, talk about fitness, and they're just wondering if there's any sports that they can get into. And I say, hey, would you like to, play football? There's a lot of teams around in semi-pro. And they get instantly hostile because they're still carrying, sometimes 10 years after high school, the thought that maybe they were bullied in high school. Not saying that they were not, but some people put a lot of bullying thoughts upon the jocks that weren't actually there. I know this because I was in theater. And there's a lot of theater kids that think, oh, the jocks just bully us. And I'd never seen any jock bully a theater kid in my 4 years of high school. Never. But there's this general idea that like gays don't do sports because sports are for straight people, especially football. And yeah, there are ones that do try to uplift. But even my tacos. But even the flag football team that was in Portland was a little bit, oh, so you're kind of a straight acting gay. The flag football team in Portland called me straight acting because I played padded football. And also I wasn't interested in going out to the bar afterwards and getting, hooking up with random guys. And I'm like, sorry, I'm in a committed relationship. Oh, I am too, but it's fun. He knows what I do. And I'm like, I'm not in that kind of relationship. And they're like, well, you really should be if you're into sports. And I'm just like it just, I immediately walked away from that team. I was like, I don't even want to play flag to begin with. I just thought maybe could talk with people, but really it was just an excuse to be physical and hook up with other guys and stuff. And I was like, this is not cool. But on TikTok, I've gotten a lot of like animosity from the gays about the fact that I'm like, hey, you know, if you want to get more into like dealing with stuff, you can go play football. And they're like, why would I ever do that? That's such a straight thing to do. Or they call me homophobic because like some people have actually commented on some of my TikToks. They're like, why'd you put gay hashtag on this one? You play football. I'm like, yeah, because I'm a gay football player. And they're like, that doesn't exist. You're just trying to be a homophobe in disguise. I'm like, what in the shit? So, I mean, I wound up deleting those comics because they're toxic as hell. But it's just, it's bad. And I know it probably doesn't work that way in Canada. It's a little bit different, but I've gotten more volatility from the gay community about playing football than I did from the straight community about being gay in football. Yeah, that is true. They're the ones that try to make gay their entire personality. That is true. And the problem, and this much like goes along since you're Canadian, you hear the loudmouths from the States that, you know, it generally seems like the United States is a terrifying place of racism and fascism because the loudmouths make it seem that way. And that's the issue with the LGBT community in the United States. The loudmouths are the ones that are super toxic against their clique. Like, if you do not want to go to Fire Island or P-Town for your vacation near Martha's Vineyard, are you even gay? If you do not drink iced coffee every day, are you gay? I'm like, I drink hot coffee. Oh, you're trying to pass as straight, aren't you? No, I like I like hot coffee. I just don't add anything to it because I like the taste of coffee. Oh, and like they get super arrogant about their shit. And so you're right. It is the ones that are trying to make gay their entire personality because they literally have nothing else. What was that new stereotype? They're groundhogs because coming out is the most interesting thing they'll ever do.
Yeah.
I didn't know you had to act gay to be gay. But that's part of the thing that NH News put out and is like the headline of the article. They put a quote from me that sport is hein homo of hetero. Or if is neat homo of hetero. And that's basically sports are not gay or straight. Like a newspaper in the Netherlands posted my quote saying sports are not gay or straight. They're fucking sports. I completely understand that a men's team and a women's team for American football should probably be a thing, but there doesn't need to be a gay team and a straight team. You know, it's a little bit damning to say that when there is a gay rugby team in Amsterdam, but I am a little bit PO'd about that one. I'm like, you guys, like rugby isn't a lot of teams here to begin with. You know, it's not a very popular sport around here. And you guys are, well, we're just making sure that it's inclusive. It's the Netherlands. You got to go into some weird places to find especially in Amsterdam. You know, but I don't hate on them for saying that. But to me, sports is not gay or straight. It's like a job. Just because you know, put televisions in boxers doesn't necessarily mean that you can do it any less. You know, because you prefer to drink beer because you drink iced coffee instead of black coffee. Another stupid game.
Yeah.
And like there's a TikTok I had that went, again, pretty viral because there's some Ukrainian twink that moved to New York City and called it the gay capital of the world. And I made a TikTok. I made the TikTok. I said that is some American, that is prime American exceptionalism right there. And then I tilted my phone to say Homo Monument, which is the Netherlands making an entire square, town square, as a memorial to all the damage that has been done to the gay community in the world, specifically in the Netherlands and probably amongst Nazi Germany. But it's just a memorial. It's called the Homo Monument. And I was like, and I live in Amsterdam, which New York City doesn't have anything close to the Homo Monument. And then again, it's American exceptionalism because, one, it's of the world, when I can name at least 7 European cities that are way more gay friendly and active than New York City. And then on top of that, it's, even if it's in the United States, it's hands and above what people would say is San Francisco, or at least the Bay Area. You want to have an inclusive team, so you join strictly all gay sports team. So the qualification that many of these teams say is they're not restrictive to gay, they're just not hateful to gay, and that thus attracts gays. But my brain, in its weird autistic advancement, has moved beyond needing specialized locations for certain people. Why have gay, like a gay bar should be a theme bar. You should go to a gay bar to find drag and half-naked men dressed in glitter and halters, not because it's the only safe place to go. Like you should go to a gay bar like you would go to a vegan bar or a cowboy bar or Disney bar, for Christ's sake. Right?
Yeah.
But when it comes down to teams, it's like, huh? And are there certain groups in the Netherlands that are hostile towards gays? Yeah. No country is perfect. Even some of the countries that were brought up on that post are like, oh, well, obviously Tel Aviv isn't the gay capital of the world. We had a hate crime 6 years ago. You're right. No place is absolutely perfect, so none of them qualify. And it's just such an extreme nature that it must be 100% perfect all the way through history, or it's not good enough. And I'm like, that's still very fucking American to think that way. Yeah, it's like, and God forbid, if the gay player had, bullied issues in the past and came there as a safe place, I guess. I don't, or did something to fit in. He may have the necessary repressed anger to be like a pretty good linebacker. I don't. I actually had a really nice life and I'm not denying it. Like, it was not a struggle to come out to my parents. They took bets on whether I had enough courage to tell them or get someone else to do it, or like leave them a note or something. Dad won the bet because my sister told him. Mom had faith that I had enough courage to tell him myself. But when you grow up in that sort of household, it's kind of hard to have a bad life when it comes down to, I don't want to say it was a good, healthy life for being gay, because obviously I still worried about coming out, but it's not like I got kicked out and beaten by doing it. But that's also what that NH News thing was about. There's even a quote later in the thing that, because like some of the hurricanes shared it on Facebook, and I saw some of their friends commenting. They're like, oh, he doesn't know Dutch. Well, we got to get on that. That's literally the quote from me. My teammates worry more that I don't know Dutch than that I am gay. To which the friends of my teammates said, wow, he doesn't speak Dutch? We need to work on that one. Like, they weren't even bothered that I was gay. They're more offended I don't know Dutch, or I can't speak it at least. But even like Thomas, he's like, oh no, he follows conversations. He's just not speaking it very much. And I'm like, that's partially because I have the issues of speaking it perfectly. So if I, the idea, if you can't say something nice, don't say it at all. If you can't speak it perfectly, don't say it at all. It's dumb, but which is exactly what I was talking about in that TikTok. The gays are more toxic. I'm not saying that there's an overall acceptance within the straight community, but the problem that many gays want with their equality seeking is actually they want to be special. Because if they were seeking true equality, nobody would give a crap. They would literally be just like anyone else. When I'm out on that field, I am literally the Mike linebacker number 44. I am a number and a position on a sheet of paper. I mean, yes, I have a name, obviously, but I'm there to do my job. And that's equality, is when you're not dinged for any other reason than the most capitalistic-ish way. You're a name, a number, and a position. But when you start doing that to the gays, they call it a hate crime. The vocal gays, they call it a hate crime. So they don't want equality. They want to be special. And you can't be special and equal. I just realized I popped a whole quarter of a lime in my mouth on my live stream and didn't even think about that. I'm just like, sure, holding this lime in between my hands, just bit down on it, rind and all. There's like no delay on my computer, but there was a delay in my brain. I just saw it slide in my mouth, and I bit down on it and felt the rind break and all the juice squish out. And I was like, that was supposed to be sour. Oh, God, other people saw me do that.
I love you.
But again, it's not a real big deal to most people I know. That's the thing. If you are indifferentiatable, wow, that word came out right. Yeah. I mean, that's survival, and I get it. When certain gays have been living in a state of survival where they're getting hate everywhere, they tend to go someplace where they feel safe. But even in their new environment, Portland, I don't know if you've heard of it much, but it's a pretty gay friendly area. Living in downtown Portland, especially in the Pearl District, is like gay neutrality. It's so trendy. It's so hip. It's just the place to be. You know, you expect all that. And it's within walking distance of many of the major gay bars in Portland. And if someone lived in a more rural town of Oregon, but not too far away, or maybe even in Southern Oregon, and then went to college up here and then moved into Portland, if they got a lot of hate and were not able to be fully gay in their rural city, but then moved to Portland, they may have a little bit of a defense mechanism against a lot of things. But the problem is, in a safe environment, they never uncurl. And they continue lashing out at things decades later. They do not resolve their trauma. You know. And I do understand not being able to resolve your trauma because you perceive that the danger is still there. And they do by kind of over exaggerating incidents. So, like when you've got a drunken, methed up hobo who attacks a young gay couple who are holding hands on the wrong side of the track, sort of thing, immediately every straight person on the planet is out to get every single gay to those guys. Everybody's homophobic because a hate crime happened. And it just pushes them all the way back in because they're not effectively getting over whatever trauma they have. And I understand that one because I made the similarity looking back at the United States. And as a Canadian, you probably see this your entire life. But living in the United States is like living within the bricks of within the logs of a campfire. Everyone is fighting for the nice place to be. I moved to the Netherlands, and you as a Canadian probably are in roughly the same position. You're outside but nearby. I'm still a US citizen, and I'm in Europe, which has, you know, and I speak English, so I understand American stuff. But I'm like sitting on a log outside the campfire, and I'm watching people fight within the heated coals over which part is best. And I'm like, y'all are burning alive in there. And being outside of it has caused my body to be able to cool down. And I'm like, oh, living like that is not normal. But I take that into account that there are many people in the United States that still live in a state of terror because most people in the United States live in a state of terror. Only leaving the United States did I realize that the general bulk of the country lives in that state of terror. And that's the thing. So like we're continuing talking about Portland, you could live in the Pearl District, which is a very swanky area. All the trendy coffee places, wonderful little dog parks, dog groomers that cost you a firstborn that gays are never going to have just to get the donkey's toenails clipped, the Chipoodle or whatever it is, whatever the newest breed is. And they never come out of their shells because something over on the East Coast happens. And it's like, okay, I get it. Or they constantly are reliving, Matthew Shepard because they're bringing up the Matthew Shepard Foundation and the suicide hotlines, and they're constantly that's being drilled in their head. It's like Americans in 9/11, and that's coming up really soon, and it's really pissing me off. There's been 20 freaking years, and they're going to just explode with the victimization about the whole damn thing. And even finding a good group of friends can be hard because the outside world is still really bad. So many of them, they crank up their acceptance level and they move to places like San Francisco or, in previous case, New York City. And to be fair, this Ukrainian kid is a very special case, and I have my suspicions as to about his life, and he's not being very truthful. He's a young twink who does a lot of modeling and moved from the Ukraine on his own to go live in New York City. He must be getting paid immense amounts of money from his modeling jobs. He probably gets paid shit tons of money for porn, does modeling as a side job, and is basically is a trophy husband. He got here on a marriage visa. That's my thoughts about the whole thing. But as long as he never shows his decrepit old crypt keeper husband, things look pretty good and he can keep up an image. Anyways, but coming here, I got out of the United States. So when they moved to San Francisco, they find it even better because the town is much more accepting of it in certain areas. And people tell me, oh, you can't hold your hands with your husband walking down the streets in Amsterdam. I was like, done it multiple times. Not a fucking problem. And I've done it in the places where we are going to get the biggest mix of cultures that would be homophobic. It's the middle of the city. Because it's busy and I don't want Aaron to get lost and not find me, so we hold hands. It's a double purpose thing. So he doesn't lose me and all that jazz. And we've not had any issues with it. However, if we went to... None. However, if we went to Zuidoost, the southeast part of the city, we might. Because there's communities down there that, and I don't know their ethnicity. They're black skinned, but I don't know exactly where they're from. Africa or the Antilles, I'm not sure. But they do have a bit more anti-gay thing. What's up, Kristen? But again, when you go to San Francisco, they still don't even break out of their shell, and they get really hostile to other people. And one of my things that I've brought up before to people is I'm so tired of these gays that come out of the closet to live their best life that's designed by somebody else. And as you said earlier, they're acting gay. They're not being their true selves. At least I hope not. Your true self is a bitchy queen that constantly rags on everything? Ugh. Can you do that without a high soprano voice? Because that's what I do, and I got a nice deep baritone. I'm waiting. I was just thinking to myself that sometimes this thing has registered 10,000 steps during a live stream because I'm wiggling my hand so much. I'm like, I'm really waiting for someone to think I'm Italian. But I get decently drunk at a bar and I'm talking to someone, so I do this with my hand and I'm just, oh my God, no, over here. I'm like, is he Italian? And people are like, oh, that's a really terrible stereotype. No, it's not. No, it's not. Aaron and I have been to Italy.
It really isn't. I mean, yeah, it's a bad stereotype, but it's not bad.
Yeah.
It's bad, but it's not inaccurate. There we
go. The thing is, what gets me is I don't think it's just Italians. It's just that people see it larger from Italians because they're expecting it to see. I think it's a lot of Eastern Mediterranean. Because I can see Hussein getting a little drunk and just animating the fuck out of his hands. And I saw people in Greece doing it, like actual Greeks doing it. And I'm like, I think it's an Eastern Mediterranean thing. It's just that we peg it onto the Italians because they're known to do it. But if you watch My Big Fat Greek Wedding, they're all waving their hands around wildly. you're not speaking on behalf of the gay people. And you're not. You're giving very valid advice. Because I could say the same thing, and I wouldn't be. Would I be speaking on behalf of the gay people? Just, as a human, don't let the haters get you down. But that's the thing. There's a weird psychology that comes down with how much people can get over trauma, how much is perceived trauma. That's a dangerous. That is probably the most controversial subject currently. Perceived trauma. What's the difference between trauma and perceived trauma? Technically, I heard a psychologist on TikTok say that perceived trauma is the stuff that you wish would happen to you so you could get things. Trauma is bad things that have happened to you. So like me having a constant panic attack about the fact that there are hate crimes on gay people in Tunisia and walking around. I've never been beat up for being gay. I've been shot at, but I've also been shot at for being on the wrong property line. So it's just America. Bang, bang.
Pretty accurate.
But, hearing gunshots and, hearing the solid material near me get hit by said bullet and the big old F word said while I was around, okay, yeah. But I'm not crippled by it. It's Portland. I knew it was an anomaly. And that's the problem, is people take anomalies to be constant. To change the subject to something a little bit more humorous, because this is kind of a downing topic, is the fact that nobody knows when the big one is going to hit the Pacific Northwest. The big earthquakes, it's just going to floor everything. And the news, whether it be Seattle or Medford or Portland or Spokane, always have these like, are you prepared in case of the big one? It could have popped at any time. Geologically, yes, it could pop at any time. That could be tomorrow. It could be 100 years from now. But it's just getting people in the Pacific Northwest to live in this constant state of, I'm going to lose everything to something out of my control. Any moment, every day. The moment they feel anything shake, like a truck passing by, oh, is that the big one? They're just constantly living in terror for something that may never affect their lives. No, we don't actually get a lot of natural disasters here. The natural disasters that did affect the Netherlands, they fixed. So since you're Canadian, I got to tell you, I'm probably live more north than you do. To be fair, there is a lot of Canada further north, but I'm basically at the same latitude as Calgary. Which is, you'd be like, oh, I live in Calgary. There's still that TikTok. I am on such and such tower in the United States. I am currently on a very high position. If you are higher than me, please stitch this so that maybe you can win and show me that you are higher. And the stitches are always, huh? You'll get a lot of natural disasters. Yeah, the United States gets them. You guys have a natural shield. I mean, there is occasionally. Thanks, Morgan. Oh, God, you're way down south. It must be super warm down there. Ontario. He's on the level of Detroit. That's like the most south you could be in Canada.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, you might as well just get a small army together and take over Michigan.
Don't give the Canadians ideas.
Hey, they burned down the White House, and I got to tip my hat to that. I don't think they were officially Canada at the time, but yeah, because I live at like 52 degrees north. It's well, you can see it's 9:30 almost. It's 9:26. It's still daylight outside. Well, thank you so much. So just to let you know real fast, Morgan, I will have a game day vlog coming up the last Monday of September. So look forward to that one. I will probably set a channel reminder for it. I don't know of a specific, because that will go live that Monday, Monday morning. So the Monday morning of like the 27th of September, you guys will be able to wake up and see my game day vlog. Our season will effectively start. And next Monday will be practice video. So we're starting those back up again. And tomorrow's video is going to be all my football gear that I use for the season. Basically in Canada, if you don't live in one of our 10 cities, you live in the middle of nowhere. Winnipeg, Calgary, Vancouver, Montreal, Toronto. I got half of them. Who are the other ones there?
Oh.
Try not to go look at Google Maps. Hang on. Let's see if I got this. What's over in the east? Because I know, like, the provinces, like PEI and stuff, but I don't know any cities out there. Ah. Yeah. So like it's going to be all the football videos or all the football gear that I'm going to be utilizing for my next season coming up. So because I've had a lot of questions about like what girdle do I use, what pads do I use, what knee pads do I use, all that stuff. So I'm just gonna inventory it all tomorrow and put the video out on Monday. Tomorrow's video, whatever. Monday's video, the Monday video that's always my football video. So, yeah. So be prepared for that one. Monday morning, you'll see a nice list of football, and I'll have words on the screen in case I don't speak correctly or my Dunglish accent kicks in and I say something a little weird. Edmonton, got 6. I got 6. I'm not looking at Google Maps because I was like, what's that one like? I don't know. Oh, what have I missed? What's the last 4 cities? Unless you're like, oh, I thought there was 10. Apparently there's only 6. It's entirely possible that I lived way too much on the west side and consider. See, to me, Vancouver would have like a more giant metro area than it would all of its little neighboring things. Is Victoria a city? Out on Vancouver Island?
Yeah.
Okay, that would be one of them. But that's still within almost the metro area. But that's also probably like the distance between it would be like Seattle and Olympia. Still kind of the same area, but not. Victoria, Vancouver, Edmonton, Winnipeg, Montreal, Toronto, Calgary. I swear to God, I'm like just naming the CFL teams. Because it's the BC Lions, the Winnipeg Bombers, Edmonton Eskimos. Are they still EE? Maybe they changed. Oh no, they changed their name. Toronto. I think the basketball team is called the Raptors. Might be a couple more, but those are the big ones. And the Montreal Alouettes, Calgary Stampeders. They're called the Ottawa Red Blacks, but I think Ottawa is a province, isn't it?
Ottawa, Ontario.
Oh, so that's a city, Ottawa. That's it. I'm going to Google Maps. I'm too drunk for this one. I've tried. I live tried to name major Canadian cities. I really did. All right, what we got here? Vancouver. Yeah, okay, so there's Victoria, Vancouver. Yeah, they are basically far enough apart. Like Vancouver and Nanaimo are probably more closer together with each other. And then Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg is over there. See, they don't have, I don't know where they're at within the city, but or within what city, but they're the Saskatchewan Rough Riders, which is where Regina is at. Yeah, Ottawa's a city. So yeah, it's Toronto, Mississauga. That's just within the Toronto area. Oh, look, there's fake London from Not Just Bikes. Yeah, and then going up the water route out there, it's Toronto to Ottawa to Montreal to Quebec City. Yeah, and everything else I know is like a province of like Newfoundland, PEI, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. Those are all little shits. Yeah. So yeah, Ottawa, Red Blacks. So those are the main cities. Would probably be Vancouver, Edmonton, Calgary, Winnipeg, Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal, Quebec City. But really, it's Quebec. It's French Canadians. Halifax. How do we forget Halifax? Where is Halifax?
That's how.
Where the hell are you? You were on Nova Scotia. No wonder I forgot about you. You're also not a big name when I'm looking at like half of Canada on the map. Yeah, Saskatchewan definitely looks like a flyover province. There's no big names in there. But some of these names are great. Melville, Emerald Park, Indian Head, Moose Jaw, Regina, Saskatoon, Humboldt, Prince Albert National Park, Big River. It's not as bad as Australian names. Like, I just, Australia City name. Like, I can't. I was living vicariously through the Australian Olympic team just so much. I don't know if you're on TikTok, but the Australian team was just making my whole fucking life, especially that diver who was like, he has that weird, is it a cleft palate or that w with his R's? What
I
is
think that's cleft palate, yeah. Or the other one that I never remember the name of.
Says R as W. Oh, it's called roticism. Of sorts. I'm convinced we are 90% just nothingness. But yeah, Australia. What is that fucking Australian guy though? It's the Australian Olympic team. Yeah. But he's like, I'm not sure if you've heard the term himbo. But like this guy, he's such a himbo. Like, I swear to God, all himbos come out of some semblance of Australia. Like, he is a medalist in the Olympics, but he acts like such a dipshit.
Alright guys, everyone's been asking me who I'm moving with in my apartment. Now I have some champion Australian boxers. Ooh, baby, let's go. It's absolute legends. Alright guys, so something that's really cool about the Olympics, and I don't mind my hair, is that you just randomly hear celebrations or singing or music from like all the buildings from the different countries all around us. It's kind of super cool and random. Alright guys, so something...
It's almost like, can we preserve him in his stupidity? Oh my God, so hot. Yeah, he's so hot. And he's so dumb.
Guys, so the mattress is a little bit hard, but luckily they gave us this top up.
And then, Zachary, oh Jesus, you need this one. There's a channel for self-defense.
Last time you saw me, I was on top. Now I'm on bottom.
This whole channel is just a blessing.
Last time you saw me, I was on top. Now I'm on bottom.
This whole channel is just a blessing.
Australia has massive man-killing snakes, spiders the size of my head, and a plague of mice. No thanks. Yeah. But at least they lost a war against birds. Sorry, raptor descendants. Then there's the lady on TikTok that can palm away that fucking cassowary or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I wonder if I could look up death bird or Karen bird. I wonder if that comes up. Because she named the damn bird Karen because it's a bitch. Have you seen a buff kangaroo? Oh, yeah.
And I'm not going to stand here for it. Karen, we're not dealing with your shit today.
I wish human Karens were that easy to deal with.
And I'm not going to stand here for it. Karen? Karen's giving me a little bit of attitude today. And I'm not going to stand here for it. Karen? We're not dealing with your shit today. So here's a fun fact about Karen.
Is that she's evil and wants to eat you. And second, you must have some really big pants to fit them big balls in.
So here's a fun fact.
It's the.
So here's a fun fact about Karen. She must have pockets in there because I don't know where else she would keep all of the audacity.
I can't. She must have some pretty big pockets in there because I don't know where she keeps all that audacity. It's just,
The Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this bitch.
yeah, it's just like they have a whole farm of other animals, but her Karen, I don't know what Karen is. Is she an emu or what?
The peacock chicks hatched. They're so cute. Do you think that you are toxic? No. Why not? I potentially could be, yeah. Gary, can somebody please tell me who left this used Q-tip in my yard?
Just shave lava.
Somebody please tell me who left this used Q-tip in my yard.
Michael Jameson. I have a second YouTube tab open because I was looking at comments. Oh, with the tiger roar.
Gonna get some sausage. We still had some left. We're cleaning up the fridge. Show me again. Then you won't taste it. Spices, Senzo. Let's him laugh. Size of a reasonable sized dog. And that cat started to hiss and do his thing.
Yeah, but that's the thing is this guy has like tigers, like he's like Tiger King. Okay, cool. But like this lady has a bunch of animals, including Karen, and Karen's a bitch.
So here's a fun fact about Karen. She must have pockets in there because I don't know where else she would keep all of the audacity. Go. Go, go, go. What is that?
You don't have to be like that.
It's like an emu-y, ostrichy thing.
Yeah, I thought he was Australian at first, but he's just a weird Brit.
Don't do it. Don't. Don't do that. Don't. Don't. You don't have to be like that.
Go! Go!
Don't.
The comments on that specific one. Yeah, I don't mean to be not a man or dramatic, but I am terrified of that bird. So,
Don't.
I want you to listen to this guy and tell me where he's from.
Content warning, a dumb evangelical piece of shit about to pop up in your FYP.
Are the verses in the Bible about homosexuality mistranslated? The simple answer is no.
And a simple answer would suffice for a simple-minded person. I'm personally quite familiar with the Bible and theology in general, but the only reading that's going to matter today is the one that I'm about to fucking give you. Firstly, I'm expected to take moral advice from 2007 dollar store Justin Bieber, who's barely old enough to be out of diapers, but is apparently old enough to read 3 languages. Okay. Secondly, the only person who radiates higher levels of bottom energy than you is God herself, so don't even play this game with me, Queen.
It's a 3-minute video. I'm not going to play the whole thing. Where do you think he's from? You ain't going to get it. Because even if you repeat that guess, Zachary, from what you clarified that spawned me to show you this, it's not correct. He's a Zimbabwe native. Either South Africa or New Zealand. Or he's Dutch and had a British English teacher. Or he's from the US, whatever. Nope, he's from Zimbabwe. So when it comes down to South African white folk, they have 2 types of accents. They can get pretty posh British and speak Afrikaans, which is basically just African Dutch. Or they have this Australian, New Zealand accent that they also know like Zoha and possibly Afrikaans. Because Afrikaans is literally everywhere in South Africa. But there's 2 types that I've heard from people out of South Africa. And like, because I think you talked with Meg, and you've heard Bo from actual Melbourne talk, and if you just heard him talk, you'd probably not think he was definitely from Australia, but he calls it High Victorian or something like that for Australia.
You're gonna waste my fucking time.
One of my favorite YouTubers is from South Africa and has one of the poshest accents I can think of. In-depth Sinna. I can't remember if I actually saved her video because it's just so classic. German chick.
Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
You're calling them crystals. You're worshiping rocks. You're basing your entire future off of them.
Listen, you're probably a sweet kid, but as a historian, I need to give this a reality check. Now, personally, I don't believe in crystals, but at least I know they exist. Also, they're pretty and they're not harming anyone, which is a lot less than can be said about what the members of the 2,000-year-old fishing club with a praise kink have done since writing what is frankly the worst piece of fanfiction I have ever read. I mean, you want to talk about scary and unbelievable? Just crack that book open to page, I don't care, it's all weird. I mean, you're hating on practices that have been around for longer than this guy that he called, that has unalived hundreds of millions of people, has an ongoing record of child abuse, and has only recognized that the earth is flat and the year it was born. Look, I'm a queer European atheist with a history degree. I can rip holes in your belief system so deep that you can almost bury the track record of child abuse and church-sponsored conversion therapy in them. So how about you don't touch other people's belief systems and we don't touch yours? You're calling...
I love her so much. So it has a fairly decent web browser. Zachary. So I'm actually going to send that TikTok to you in Messenger so that you can play it for your friends. Because I think you have a crowd of people that would fucking die laughing listening to that. You'd have to listen to it a couple times because she talks really fast. But Aaron and I have heard it multiple times. And it's almost like you don't expect some of the shit that comes out of her. All right, so when you came back, what did you say? So something about power. Well, our AC dryer and garbage disposal broke down because we have an electrical issue. Okay. Temperature. I can't type Indianapolis, thank God, Google. Oh, well, it is 31 currently right there. Sorry, let me give that an F. 88. If you don't get that joke, have you tried making homemade chips? No. No, I haven't tried to make chips. I'll be right back. I haven't tried to make chips because this bag costs $2. And unlike Doritos or Lay's, that thing's 3/4 full.
Yeah, the chips aren't the problem here.
It's the fact that they don't put meat on their nachos. Worm. You meant worm, I hope. I mean, to be fair, musical earwork could handle that. But it would probably be worm. He says he has the Body Heat soundtrack stuck in his head. I would listen to something that is even more viral to an extent. I have certain TikTok sounds that I have saved Not because I want to utilize them in the future, but because they help get things out of my ear. Like, I mean, I utilize kings and queens, but I still keep it saved because it's nice to get something out of my system. Like right now, I have that Left Hand Man song stuck in my head, but I'm not too irked by that, so I'm not worried about getting it yanked out. Have you ever played Stronghold Crusader?
We played Stronghold Kingdom.
We played Stronghold Kingdoms, and it was a shitty little multiplayer game that involved I didn't like it. If it's anything similar to it, I probably wouldn't like it very much. No, I haven't seen the movie Body Heat. I'm going to make a Terabad reference and say the only thing I really know about Body Heat would be the scientific thing or hypercolor.
I miss Hypercolor.
It still exists.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I mean, to be fair, they kind of lost their trademark and all that stuff, and now they're called like shadow shifters or whatever. But now they've, I mean, like I said, they lost their thing on it, and now like a bunch of other people have it. There's also ones that have stuff written on them, but they have to be fully wet for you to see, and it's designed as gym wear. And when you sweat all the way down your back, it says, "I can go home now." It's cute. Someone asked that on previous video, and I answered it for yesterday's video. It's a complicated question because my brain automatically overthinks it. What type of game? It's like saying, what's your favorite food? Well, I'm not always in the mood for pizza, but I'm not going to say it's not my favorite, but it's also not something I hate. I like pizza, and I like tacos, and I like nachos, and I like burgers, and I like Indian food. I mean, obviously, if I had to pick one thing, I would pick probably, tacos or pizza, because that is a general construct of food, and you can put any ingredient you want. But game, it's like, oh, I've got multiplayer games, I've got phone games, I've got single player on the PlayStation games, I've got real life games. You're starting to work on a new screenplay. What exactly does that mean? Because if you want my real life favorite game, that's American football. If you want my favorite phone game, it's Pokemon Go. If you want my favorite multiplayer game, one that's on my computer, it would be World of Warcraft. Despite what's going on with Blizzard, it's not that I don't care about it. It's just not enough to quit playing the game. Like, they're separate things after a fashion, kind of. I know some people are butthurt about it, and that's fine. They have every right to be. And on the PlayStation, it would be like Well, currently I'm going through Subnautica, but I think overall my favorite would probably be Assassin's Creed series. Oh, okay. It would probably be World of Warcraft or American football. But that's the thing is like they're drastically different things. But you know, to give up World of Warcraft, which will eventually die out, the creative team will literally run out of plot after a while. There's a suspicion it's already hitting that point. It happens in D&D. It's power creep, right?
Yeah.
They're kind of hitting the idea of power creep. And that's a physical power creep, but like their stories are getting so big, they can't encompass more universe without quasi rebranding the same thing over and over. Like you can kind of go up in the power and you can circle around and basically create the same thing but a different flavor over and over, but you still got to go up and you got to get bigger and you got to get more epic to the point where you've hit the most epic thing, and then what? But yeah, if it had to be something, it would be American football. If we can split between like solo games where I get to stuff like video games and American football can be its own thing as like a job or something, then it would be World of Warcraft. Knowing that it will end, but even any of those franchises will end after a certain point. So I wasn't sure, Zachary, what a screenplay exactly was. If it was like the script or if it was translating a script to play on a screen or translating a story to a script, or I didn't know exactly what it was because to me, screenplay is a very broad term. Mainly because it might not be, and I don't know all the other terms, and many other people have utilized the same term for multiple things. That's fine. You never played WoW. I know a lot of people that haven't played WoW. I don't think anybody on my football team has played WoW, but that's totally fine. No. Someone did a trial for a while. They played it for like a trial and then played it for like a year, like many
moons ago.
Yeah. The Great San Francisco Earthquake.
According to Wikipedia, the 1906 San Francisco earthquake struck the coast of Northern California at 5:12 a.m. on Wednesday, April 18th, with an estimated moment magnitude of 7.9 and a maximum Mercalli intensity of 11.
If your story goes up to that period of time, I will gladly consult you on the wonders of that event. Because then we get to have a wonderful discussion of liquefaction. Computer doesn't have the power to play games. Yeah. It's yeah, still live. It's 10 o'clock. Most of the days, like next week, I'm only going to go up until like 9 o'clock for me, like an hour ago. But I don't have anything to do tomorrow other than go do chest day at the gym. So I'm just going until things kind of, I mean, it's been 4 hours. I've had a couple people to talk to this entire time, so it's kept me busy. His story is only going to take place in 1902, but 1906 is affecting his research because a lot of documentation of the case was lost in the fire. Yes. You should really, next time you say that one, put a plural on that one. Got lost in the fires. There wasn't one fire, including apparently where Nora is buried. Just assume liquefaction. Just assume she went way further down. I mean, unless she was buried nowhere near the waterfront. Which, if that's a thing, then yeah. I think most upsetting detail is that she left whole. It's that she left whole for a job interview. She left home for a job interview, and it turned out the house she was supposedly going to was just a vacant lot. Okay. Holy shit, I'm reading through this Find a Grave website about Nora Fuller in Dutch. And it only dawned on me until I read Begraf Locati. Unknown. It didn't bother me that it said Overlijden, January 1902, Leeftijd 1516. I also didn't know this site was a thing. Sci-fi. Sci-fi, full stop. It's the weirdest conversation with a therapist, by the way.
What, explaining full stop or
Yep.
sci-fi?
Explaining full stop. It's a fascinating story. The house she was eventually found dead in was rented only a week before she died, and there was only furniture for one room, the bedroom she was found in. All right. I mean, I guess I'm not really a murder mystery person. I don't live in Hilversum. I don't know the cost of living in Hilversum. I could look it up. I don't think it's too terribly different than Amsterdam, though. They're fairly cost of living. The Dutch say it's super expensive.
The Dutch think everything's super expensive.
Well, to be fair, Hui is a very ritzy place to live, apparently. But the richest place to live is Blarikum. The average cost of living in Hilversum is 1606, which is in the top 23% of the most expensive cities in the world, ranked 2,051st out of 9,294. Thank you. Really high. What's the cost of living in Amsterdam? Since I'm on this website, I will compare Hilversum to Amsterdam. The cost of living for one person in Hilversum is 1606. The cost of living for Amsterdam for one person is $2,228. This puts it in dollars because apparently I speak English. To maintain a standard of living with a salary of $1,000 in Hilversum, you will need $1,388 a month in Amsterdam. The cost of living in Amsterdam is basically 1.4 times higher than Hilversum. Food is basically comparable. Transport expenses, well, that could be varying what they mean by that. One person rent, $1,377 Amsterdam, $911 in Hilversum. Yeah. Yeah, if you wanted to like Google Maps, my island, just punch that into Google Maps and you'll see what wonderful triangle I live on. Did I tell you where the dike is?
Probably.
That formed up to the Sluis. So go down from the Sluis. It's over there. Go down from the Sluis on the road on the outside and then follow the Chipping Canal all the way down.
Okay.
That's the dike that they built to separate Amsterdam from the rest of the lake.
Ah, that dike.
Yeah. And then they built the other two sections to come together at a single point to make this triangle. The taxes here are through the roof. This is why we don't have a car. But let's compare Portland to Amsterdam. Portland origin. I'm floored by this. I'm floored by the similarity.
I'm really not.
You're not?
Because I did the comparison before it
Oh,
moved.
right. It basically costs the same, about the same. Like the numbers are a little different, but they're not nearly that drastic. Like the cost of living for one in Amsterdam is $2,228. The cost of living in Portland is $2,129. And for Zachary's sake, Indianapolis compared to Amsterdam. Those numbers look very similar to Hilversum. Let's put in Regina, just for the hell of it.
Just because it's such a name.
Yeah, that too. The cost of living in Amsterdam is 1.6 times higher than Regina, which is a lot. If your standard of living by making $1,000 a month in Regina, in order to maintain that, you would need to make $1,600 in Amsterdam.
That's a boatload.
That is a lot. That is a sinful amount. Whereas the comparison between Portland and Amsterdam is 1.05. Way too many yawns. Toronto, Ontario to Amsterdam. Compare. Actually very similar. 1.06. So you could basically equally move over if you had like the same job, same pay, all that jazz, and keep your thing of life. Oh yeah, tons. Like I haven't driven a car in like 3 years because on the 5th was my 3-year anniversary and I drove my car to my sister's on like the 3rd of August 2018. So I haven't driven a car in 3 years and it has not been a burden. Boon? Bane.
It has not been a bane.
It has not been a bane. Certain things have been more difficult, but I also like trains. But even when we have a train or when we have to sleep the night at Groningen up north, we can still walk from the central area to the train station, get on a train. And now it would actually be easier it's a little bit easier to get here because we don't have to get off at Almira and wait. We can just ride it to Joud and then take the 52 up to Central.
True.
Because that's where that train goes. It doesn't go to Central. It goes to Joud. Because I think it's technically Hilver. It goes from Groningen to Schiphol, I think is what that train actually does. But it swings by Joud. And then we just get off there and ride the 52 up into Central and come back here. Rather than getting off in Almira and waiting for a sprinter. But yeah, no, and that train on a Sunday runs every hour. I'll check. Why not? Yes. Señores, accord. Groningen Centrum to Amsterdam Central. Vertrekt. So let's just put it at like 10:30 a.m. on tomorrow. Plannen and anmelden. Okay, so Aaron got a job promotion and they wanted him on site to work with clients in a face-to-face idea because his company is based here and they had a satellite office in Portland. But the home office was getting more clients out of Europe and he was a great data analyst for them. So they moved him here and he now is pimped out to do data analytics. Eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why. And it's easier to get, despite the fact that we have all internet these days, it's really nice to have a face-to-face conversation with someone to like, I don't know, shake the hand of the data analyst. I don't know. Like there's just ideas behind that. And especially with a lot of CEOs or CFOs or stuff of companies that his company's trying to talk with, they're of the older generation. So they like to do stuff in the more conventional ways. Regardless, we're living here now. Plus, if Aaron needs to go into the office and work, like he needs to take a laptop and plug into their system. He doesn't have to fly across an ocean. That's a benefit too. But moving from Portland, well, we had a 1-bedroom apartment that was about the size of this one here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like, I don't know what you guys measure apartments in there. 700 square foot in meter square, vierkante meter. So it was about 68 square meters was our apartment in the last apartment in Portland. And we had I had to get rid of everything but 4 suitcases and 2 backpacks. And we were hoarders to an extent. I mean, we had lingering furniture left over from roommates. We weren't hoarding things, but we weren't necessarily making active trips to dumps. And a car to get rid of. So Aaron left, and it was like 3 weeks, we said, that you were getting set up and trying to get the stuff here while I basically vacated everything. Like, but the thing is like, how much of an apartment do you get rid of before you can't use the apartment? Like, okay, so we got rid of the computers. All right, that's fine. How do I do YouTube then? So I have to move my computer to a friend's house and say, here, I'm gifting you a computer. but I need this up until the day I move so I can do YouTube. I'm going to keep talking, but yes to that question. How do I get rid of the bed? When do I get rid of the bed? A week before I have to leave on my flight? The day before? Like, we knew we were moving out, so we put in our vacate notice. And it was close enough to like the beginning of August that it wasn't that big a deal. But yeah, we had to get rid of everything. Like I was driving my dad's truck around just to get our stuff into various pigeonholes of trash heaps and piles because Goodwill wouldn't take everything. You know, the secondhand store wouldn't take everything because some of it was rotted or they had too much of it or it was just too big to take or I've donated too much today. So I had to go to another Goodwill. Not much TJ Wilborn. That's an R, yeah. And then, yeah, I needed to figure out how to get rid of like a 2017 Prius that we had bought like a year before. But I couldn't get rid of that right away because I needed to somehow get to my sister's. And we couldn't dump anything off at Aaron's parents because his parents moved across the country like months before that. Which is like... So, yeah, it was really stressful moving 5,000 miles with 2 suitcases and a backpack. And Aaron had 2 suitcases and a backpack. And this was like not a simple clothing move. Like we were taking a PlayStation 3, a PlayStation 4, my full set of football gear, enough clothing to last us for however long we wanted to, but not all of our clothing. Some of the more intangible things. My sister is holding on to a lot of things. Will burn. Okay. I call it my Dunglish accent at this point. I looked at your last name and kind of pronounced it in a Dutch way, but said English words. And they would say, Wilborn. I just wasn't sure with this font if that was an M or an RN. So that's why I had to get really close and squint. But yeah, that was, and it was one of those things that created a level of, I wouldn't want to call it like the trauma that a lot of people on the internet call, but it was definitely one of those things that was incredibly stressful that I never actually chilled out from for a couple of years. McRae, like we have a Danielle. His name's Daniel on my team. He's one of our corners. I know that some Slavics pronounce it Danielle, but McRae sounds super Irish. MCRAE, McRae. Sounds super Irish, especially with the muck. McRae, O'Reilly, McCallaghan, O'Brien. So I wonder with a Scottish accent if there wouldn't be such a hard R on that. It'd be just McRae rather than McRae. Be McRae. But that's just... The Scots and the Irish are very, very similar in their history and hatred of England.
But we don't blame them for that.
We're Americans. We can't blame anyone for hating England. Okay, maybe we can blame the Canadians if they hate it because they still... My sovereign, the Queen, is your sovereign. What? Well, when you live that far east in Canada, you got to have a little bit of French in you.
Belly fat, part 2. This is how to do someday. Belly fat, part 2. This is how to do intermittent fasting.
Good morning. This guy's talking about using intermittent fasting and specifically autophagy to get rid of belly fat. Obviously, I have some qualms. Friends, fasting is not the only way to stimulate autophagy. You can do it during sleep, which in my mind is easier and a lot healthier. 2, this is way problematic. He says to use intermittent fasting as a tool for compensating for overeating during a meal. So if I have too much pizza on Friday night, is that a good excuse to starve myself on Saturday? No. What does compensatory behavior like this lead to? Eating disorders. Not like intermittent fasting is disordered enough, we have to add something like that on top of it. Oh, and lastly, this whole idea of eat normal one day and fast one day and eat normal one day and fast one day. That's too complicated. I have kids, a family, and a job. I can't keep track of that. So just, no.
Belly
Some days, all right, so last time when there was a show in The Hague and I announced it, some of you were like, oh, great, now he tells us. Oh, no, if only I had known sooner. Now I have to put my mother in the bathtub and I have to dry her off later.
Man, I don't even know where The Hague is.
Comedy Treasury is back, baby. It's all going down on Friday night, August 20th. The show starts at 8 p.m. The doors open at 7:15. So you need some good spot just around, baby, because this shit is swanky.
Did anyone else during lockdown 1 get bored and decide to like pay like £5 for one of those like certificates online to become like an ordained minister? Yeah, me neither. I didn't do that. Did anyone else?
Like the Grand Canyon, Niagara Falls is one of the natural wonders of the.
So what's your next goal in football? Any teams you want to play for? Yes, there are, but I have a major hurdle I have to overcome. I'm American. In order to go play in Germany at a higher level, because of my citizenship and the IFAF rules, I would be considered an A-level player. Even if I didn't go to the NCAA, I would then be held to the playing time standards of someone fresh out of the NCAA, possibly Division I or Division II. And I never went to college football. So my 40-year-old ass would have to go and try out for a linebacker position and be better than and be worth the roster slot versus other Americans on the field of their team at the same time. Even if they're not paying me, I would still take up a roster slot. So I would need to be significantly better than, say, a free safety American or a defensive lineman or another linebacker. So that's pretty unfeasible to do. However, if I was not an American, I did not have USA citizenship, I would not be held to that standard. So, where do we find the problem? Do you want to advance in your career? Yes. Are you going to? I don't know. Why not? Because I'm an American. Oh, weird. It's not because you're, 40 or above, or you're gay in a very hyper-masculine sport. It's because you come from the country where the sport was created. Yeah. But in order to say which teams I'd want to play for, there's so many. Like pretty much anything in the GFL 1 or 2. Prefer GFL 1, obviously. It's the higher league, but I will take GFL 2. But because I have a friend that lives in northern Germany, and I asked him if, say, Aaron had a job in Elmshorn instead of Amsterdam, and I were to come play for his team when they were in the GFL 1, would I still be considered an A-level player? And he says, yes, because you have USA citizenship. He says, at this point, we wouldn't care because we're GFL 6 because Corona took a toll on their club and now they're way down at the bottom again. And they don't have to worry about other teams or their team having enough money to recruit an American player. So it really wouldn't matter. But as their team got higher, they would start having roster slots imposed upon them for A-level players. And as a U.S. citizen, I would be in one of those roster slots. So, I mean, to continue upon that question, I could just start naming German cities and butcher them.
Traded weird sports.
Reform the Fourth Reich. Because I'm just not going to get them in this sort of state. I doubt you care about this. You'll be surprised. I grew up in the same town the man who created basketball. Not really important, but I think it's pretty cool. I grew up in the country, or I live in the country that created korfball. Also, I'm fairly convinced they created the steeplechase, but I have no. That's one of my. What is something you believe 1,000% but cannot prove? That the Dutch created the steeplechase. Where else in the world would you be running towards a church on the horizon, a steeple, and have to deal with hurtling and falling into water at random intervals?
Yep.
Because you're trying to get there as fast as possible, so you're going to want to create the straightest line as possible. But I mean, the person who created basketball, a grade school teacher created korfball. Of course, the only time that sport was ever in the Olympics was when it was a demo sport at the 1920 and the 1928 Olympics when they were held in Amsterdam. Let's open up Wikipedia and check on the steeplechase. The steeplechase is an obstacle race in athletics, which derives its name from the steeplechase in horse racing. Still doesn't say it's not Dutch. The foremost version of the event is the 3,000-meter steeplechase. The 2,000-meter steeplechase is the next most common distance, and the 1,000-meter steeplechase is occasionally used in youth athletics. But if you've ever wondered why there's a long hurdle before a pit in your running track, that's the steeplechase. They practice jumping over the hurdle and landing in water, and then continue running as fast as they can. The event originated in Ireland, because that would have been guess number 2. When it comes to a weird sport, then you got your top 3: Netherlands, Ireland, and Australia. And yes, I'm roping Ireland and Scotland into the same thing again, because the Highland Games. In the Olympics, we throw a weighted thing on the end of a chain. We call it the hammer throw. Scots. We throw logs. Sorry. Small trees. Just like that Kirk gif. In the 1968 Summer Olympics, the men's steeplechase in the Olympics was dominated by Kenyan athletes. No. The parks are parks. What are the parks like in Amsterdam? They're parks. I know you've seen some of the vids, like Friday's video, today, the one that went live today. We were in Oosterpark, which is Easter Eastern Park, just the park on the east side of the city. But there's Fundle Park, and that's a really big park, but it's still got water and green space and bike paths and trees. They're parks. We've been to Frankendale Park. That's got a tiny little hippie village in it too, called Klein Danzig, something like that. But Frankendale Park has like a little kids play place area in it. It's also got a water area for birds. Not a lake you can necessarily play in. There's actually a walking bridge over it. A lot of booking gyms in there now. But parks are parks. Oyster Park has a lot of parrots in it. So does Fondle Park, but only in its west side. There's another park up on the northwest side. I'm yawning a lot. There's Fondle Park. I haven't been to Rembrandt Park. You walked through Beatrix Park, unless you played D&D once.
Yeah.
Yeah, Beatrix Park. Again, benches, pathways, waters, bridges, trees. Like, it's Vester Park. Duh. Duh. Why did I think there's anything? It's the park out on the west side. What's it called? West Park. Why complicate the name? Well, I went to a beach the other day. Jesus. I was literally called Beach Day. Laid on a hammock. Had 5G reception. I mean, I was still in Amsterdam city limits. It was a city beach. Yeah. It was the one before practice. It was on August 5th. Technically, everything's labeled the day after I do it. So that was Wednesday. I went out there Wednesday and I just laid on a hammock for like 15 minutes on a man-made beach that they're going to turn into living residences. It's still going to have the city beach there. It's called Iberstrand. It is a water spot. I've actually been swimming there. Last year when we had a heat wave, I took my GoPro out and put it on the wrist strap and went out swimming. I'm hoping that sometime this year, sometime in like end of August, early October, we'll have another crazy hot. Like we'll have that last hurrah of summer. Because right now we've had like it's like 23 degrees. Like not really want to going into water. It's probably fairly okay, but your kids under like 12 are like super resilient to cold water, so they go out there and just stand in like freezing cold water. But it's natural water. I mean, it's fully cloudy and there's probably fish in it. The water is warmer in North Carolina. I'll guarantee you that one than it is in Canada. Oh, Zane's here. Almost when I was about ready to end. I mean, I'll stick around for a little bit, but I'm super yawning right now. The beach at Scheveningen and Zandvoort are pretty good. Those are actual like ocean beaches, not lake beaches. Aaron's been to Scheveningen with me. I didn't go to Zandvoort. I just went to Zandvoort by myself. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Scheveningen is your perfect tourist beach thing. It's got a long boardwalk. It's got a long beach. It's got all the fancy little shops with a Ferris wheel and bungee jumping and wind and sand and surfing. I'm curious about going out into the water. I was hoping like either I go back to Eiberg or on the hot day I would take it out to I'd head out to Zandvoort or Scheveningen to just go walk out in the ocean and figure out exactly how shallow it is further out there, because it looks super shallow way the fuck out there. So I'm just curious about it, and every time I've been there, I've been like in normal clothing. But I feel like I would need some semblance of a wetsuit because it's still the North Sea. I mean, unless it was like bleedingly hot out, like well above 30. I haven't ever seen an ocean before. I'm from Missouri. Well, I mean, you could always just hop on the Mississippi. You'll eventually end up in one. Eventually. Like Tom Sawyer. Ride the Mississippi to freedom. In large bodies of water, the United States likes to catch on fire. That seems excessive. So I was looking up sport in the Netherlands to see if they had like Dutch originated sports. And the very first line of this Wikipedia article says approximately 5 million of the 17 million people in the Netherlands are registered to one of 35,000 sport clubs in the country.
Yeah, that feels excessive.
That feels excessive, that like a third of your population actively does a sport of sorts. And I know that's a terrible like rounding because, but that's like 5 to 15 or 6 to 18. Still a third. But I also don't know how that states in the United States, though. But that's also weird because the United States could be more because they have school sports and college sports. And even if you're not super good in D1 or anything or whatever, you're on television, you're still doing sports. Or even if people don't, I mean, you can do college track and field. Really? Sport in the Netherlands. Team sports. Football, soccer. Baseball, honkbal. Basketball, field hockey, volleyball, cricket, rugby union, korfball, handball, bandy, lacrosse, individual sports. And I'm like, I want to change this fucking article. American football in the Netherlands. Oh, wow. For the first time in the Netherlands will feature a national team in 2022 for lacrosse. But American football isn't even on this Wikipedia article. In terms of licensed athletes, bandy is the second biggest winter sport in the world. Okay, what the fuck is it? Bandy was introduced to the Netherlands in the 1890s and enjoyed some following for a couple decades before ice hockey took over as the most popular winter sport in the 1920s. However, bandy lived on in the Netherlands, and in the 1970s, it got a more organized form again. The Bandy Bond Nederland became the first non-founding member of the Federation of International Bandy, and the national team plays in Division B of the World Championships. What the fuck is bandy? I know there are different rules because the object of contention is structurally different and thus moves differently. So you must have different rules for when your hockey puck is a ball on ice. The sport is considered a form of hockey and has common background with ice hockey and field hockey. Bandy has also been influenced by the rules of association football. Both games are normally played in halves of 45 minutes, and there are 11 players on each team. And the fields on both games are about the same size. Bandy is played like ice hockey on ice, but players use curved sticks and a small bat, as in field hockey. The variant of bandy, rink bandy, is played in the same rules but the field size of an ice hockey rink, with ice hockey goal cages and 6 players on each team. It's just field hockey on ice. So they have a ball rolling on ice. I saw the splash picture at the top and I was like, oh no, I need to breathe. They don't have American football in here. Individual sports, cycling, no shit. Ice skating, no shit. Tennis for the rich folks. Athletics, everywhere. Equestrianism, pardonmacious. Golf for rich folks. Rowing, there's way too much water around here. Swimming, same reason. Judo, why not? Kickboxing, because everybody needs a good fight club. Walking, because why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? Registered as 0 viewers, and we are 13 minutes away from 5 hours. I'm going to give it 3 minutes for anyone to say hello, goodbye, auspicious, and good night, or whatever. And then I'm going to wait for this thing. Oh, we got one person back. And then I'm going to watch this thing back and see what that was at 1:17. I want to see that lightning reaction and hear it on the live stream. See if I can go into the description and put a chapter in there. 01:15:00. 1 hour, 15 minutes in. Watch the lightning strike.
He's finally here.
Strength training helps losing weight by changing the narrative around a fat loss or weight loss process. Instead of focusing solely on trying to lose weight and then you don't end up losing weight, that can lead to frustration and therefore quitting on the overall journey. Whereas strength training, you start sending a signal to build muscle on your body so that you're focusing on gaining strength instantly.
But you don't look gay. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me just.
So it wasn't actually what it was. It was, but you don't look like you have ADD. Sorry, let me just put on my face. Squirrel! And it just changed the picture of Doug. Squirrel!
If someone discloses to you that we're autistic, don't tell us that we seem fine. We want to look like you have. If someone discloses to you that we're autistic, don't tell us that we seem fine. It's very ignorant, annoying, and actually kind of offensive when you say that. I'm a 26-year-old man. I drive, work a full-time job.
Okie dokie. I'm not going to worry about lingering this out another 10 minutes. Good night, auf Wiedersehen.